School District Board of Education meeting for Wednesday, October 18th, 2023. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I'd like to ask for a motion to move to executive session for the purposes of discussing personnel.
Motion.
Okay, motion by Jim, second by Heather, and can I take a vote? All in favor? Opposed and abstains? Okay, we are moving into executive session, and we will be back at 7 p.m. for our regular meeting. Thank you. gentlemen. Welcome to all who have come to observe the meeting of the Iroquois Board of Education. There are 2 periods of recognition of guests listed on the meeting agenda. The first is for comments regarding agenda items. The second is for topics not on the agenda. Speakers may offer comments related to school operations and programs, but the board cannot hear personnel complaints against any individual associated with the school system. Please address these concerns to the appropriate administrator. If you wish to be recognized, please fill out the appropriate form and turn it into the district clerk. As per policy 1514, public participation at board meetings, public comment by district residents is limited to 15 minutes total unless the board suspends this limit. Each person is given up to 3 minutes in which to address the board. Additionally, no more than 3 people may speak on a single topic unless the board also waives this limitation. This is a meeting held in public rather than a public meeting, which means we do not engage in dialogue with members of the community this evening. District personnel will follow up with you regarding your concerns. Rest assured we are listening carefully and take seriously what you have to say. Please demonstrate respect by speaking to the issues, sharing opinions and ideas, but not engaging in personal attacks. The board appreciates your willingness to share your concerns and or celebrations this evening. Please be advised that this meeting is being live streamed and will be posted on the Iroquois website. With that, I would like to bring up our students from Elma Primary, Russell and Anna, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Marilla Primary, what did I say? Oh, Marilla Primary, sorry.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Picture opportunity, is that okay? 100 years from now, you look at me, wow. Right there. Thank you so much for doing this.
Great. And next we have a student report being given to us by Elena and Faith, who are going to update us on Character Counts Club.
The mic might not be on.
Yeah. Hang on.
Hello, I am Eliana Brinkman, the president of the Character Counts Club. And I am Faith Warren, the vice president of Character Counts Club.
Ladies, you have to speak directly into the microphone for it to pick you up.
I'm working on mine too, if it makes you feel any better.
Character Counts Club focuses on spreading kindness and positivity throughout the school using fun and effective events and activities. I love being part of the Character Counts Club because we support morals like being kind and friendly. And I especially appreciate leading the club because it's a great opportunity to show who we really are as people and help others show who they are as well. The biggest event we have hosted has been the Mental Health Walkathon. We are excited to be doing this event again towards the end of the school year supporting mental health awareness. Today was an important day because we celebrated Unity Day in the high school. Unity Day is a day to come together for kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. It's a national event that many schools and groups celebrate. Unity Day also serves as a message against bullying. Today, the Character Counts Club supported Unity Day by hanging up posters, encouraging students to wear orange, making a thumbprint heart activity during lunches, and playing Count on Me by Bruno Mars on the announcements this morning. We are excited to continue to celebrate Unity Day and share the powerful message of kindness in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great program and a great club. Okay. That brings us to our presentation by our superintendent, Mr. Schofield, on the fourth grade transition to the main campus.
Paul, is this working?
Yeah.
It is? Okay. I just can't hear myself, that's all. So with this, for the agenda, what we're going to go through right now is we have the Facilities Committee recommendations. I'll already start there because that was the recommendation that started all of this, or was a catalyst for it. Items to consider, we have the items of importance, the timeline, and then the estimated expense. We have community response because we've received emails about this. The board has had a couple conversations at board meetings, and so we'll be talking about those options for the board and then next steps. If there's no questions, I'll just get started. So with that, the facilities committee formation, I did receive questions as I went around and talked to people. Where did this get started? How did it get started? And so it was a result of a strategic plan a few years ago. We went down that road and developed 3 different areas. One of them was facilities, and as part of the strategic plan, it said form a district-wide community. District-wide community meant that there were representatives from everyone, anyone. So we put out in February looking to do it, and for the charges of it, it was to review all the buildings, the district at large, for instructional and infrastructure concerns or deficiencies caused by structural design. So in this last capital project, we remodeled science rooms. Why? That was something we had seen, that they were becoming older and could not perform the labs or give the environment we wanted, or the instructors needed. So that was their charge, and they looked at it. What were the members on it? Because, having a diverse community, if you get, I'll stick with science, all the science teachers, there'd be a certain focus. So for this, when we put out asking for everyone, we had community members at large. They were not parents. They were just people that lived in the community, so they represent that base. Parents were on it, teachers were on it, staff was on it, and administration was on it. I was not. John, at the end, he was the one who, from central office, just set up the meetings and made sure they kept moving forward. I did show up to a couple just to see how they were going. Anyone that applied, it was open. We did. John, there was no one that was closed out, right? Everyone that applied was allowed to be on it. Some people were able to attend all the meetings. Other people attended partial meetings. How did people know about this? Newspaper, social media, and Monday messages. I'd like to get a message to everyone in their house. Sometimes that's hard. We have the trouble with the budget newsletter too, even that we mail. People read them, don't read them, but we made a concerted effort in here in advertising, trying to get them on it.
Doug,
Yeah.
many members total?
John, about how many members, because it fluctuated towards the end, there was less than at the beginning.
15 to 30 at the most.
15 to 30 at the most. About how many were, and still come at the end?
Probably 20 or less than 20 towards the end.
Towards the end, a little less than 20. So the committee had 6 meetings from March to June. Originally, it was planned only to have 4, but with the discussions they were having, John actually had to extend it to allow them to have the discussions they were carrying on. They had 3 phases. The first phase was discovery. They went through each, if you see me looking at John, I just want to make sure his head keeps nodding that I have this right. They went through each building and just, what are the issues here? What are the problems? What's occurring here? What are people looking for as it relates to infrastructure? Then they had a brainstorming session. How can we possibly solve these problems? And then after that, the committee, they did this through email, through a voting process, and then they had a meeting afterwards to view the results. Correct, John? To what are the solutions? What will be the recommendations? And I'll show you those in a second. These were, I think it's actually on the next slide, but what they did actually with these is they, let's see, it'll come up in a minute what I wanted to say there. During this phase, during the discovery phase, multiple individuals, teachers, parents, and administrators spoke to problems in the classroom space impacting instructional opportunities. One more, thank you. And they spoke from their experience of what they've seen. Probably the community members weren't as versed as the teachers. Space, the quality of the facilities, what was going on in the classrooms. I think of the elementary buildings and the wooden where the sink is and everything. I think of in the middle school, just the age of some of the classrooms, the furniture, try to think of different rooms that might have leaks in the ceiling. You know, I look here in this room and I see some paint over there and chips there. You know, those were the type of things they were looking at. The architect was there too. So this exploration in this phase of classrooms were used to discover available rooms. So they came up with some issues, and they said where space was something that I want to say teachers kept bringing up. Is that correct? In some of the buildings, and they kept saying it's not there. So then they did an exploration phase where they said, well, where is there space? Is this a problem in all the buildings? Some of the problems, and then they explored that, and that's where they discovered, or not discovered, but realized there are rooms on the main campus. The shrinking enrollment, when the 4th grade was moved out of the main campus, there was a space issue, and so it was moved. Now, as enrollment has worked through, that space issue is no longer on the main campus. In fact, we're renting some rooms here to Erie 2 BOCEs, and they said, oh, there's an opportunity if there's a space issue somewhere else. So then they came to a committee. What are the solutions? So during this phase, the committee members remembered and spoke to the success having 4th grade on the main campus. They discovered rooms here. Members of the community knew that that had happened at one point.
When did that occur? Because I know my son went through that as well. He had moved. What was that period of time?
The period of time was approximately 1990 through 2014.
Okay.
I actually called someone. I wasn't here in 1990.
Yeah.
But I called someone that was, and she provided that information to me. And it was funny watching her go through her head and say, okay, my daughter was, and she went to 3rd grade here, and then went back to 4th grade here, because before that there was actually a different structure. Because if I remember right, Alma at one point wasn't even open, the Alma primary building. Then they reopened it, which is why her daughter went out to Alma for 3rd grade, and then came back to the main campus. And I believe at one point, I actually know it, the kindergarten was on the main campus, because I know some employees here who they would come into the office and say, oh, this was my kindergarten room. Okay. I wasn't here again for that time, so I'm only speaking from what I hear. So during this phase, the committee members remembered having the 4th grade here on main campus. As a result, after reviewing other options, it was determined this would allow for growth in the district. It would provide a potential, here's empty space, if we make a move and put the 4th grade here. They did look at UPK coming in, that was part of the discussion. But this space issue, the previous principal at Alma, Mrs. Walker, 5 years ago was talking about a space issue there even before we had UPK. The committee had major recommendations. And why I say major recommendations is if you go look at their report, there are prioritized items for each building of what should be done. These were the 3 large items that they looked at. Solving the space issue, looking at the pool, and also transportation. There was a lot of discussion about that, if I remember the reports right. So when they looked at the top one, and they labeled it UPK options, because with space also went how could they fit in universal pre-kindergarten. And they had 3 different options here. And they were create new additions to each of the primary buildings, build a whole new building, or move the 4th grade from all the primary buildings to intermediate, allowing additional rooms within them. They went and prioritized then, as they did with each of the other ones, the transportation, the natatorium. They also prioritized which one of these they would recommend to the board to address first. And they said the first thing you should address is the space concern, the second thing is transportation, and the third item is the natatorium. Within this, when they looked at the 3 choices they had, they selected the one that had moving the 4th grade. They believed, after their discussions and the vote, that raised the highest. Does that mean every person on the committee thought that was the best option? No. This is, as a group, the majority felt that this would be the best solution. And they presented this to the board in July during their district planning conference. So with that being presented to the board said, okay, thank you for the report. And then they had a discussion in August on it, and then in September, which brings us now to October. there are some considerations we have to take if you are making this relocation. Current space constraints impacting instruction. So if you did nothing, what is happening with the current space constraints in the different buildings? Are students receiving the instruction that they should be? For a couple years, I know when I went to different buildings, I'd go to the response intervention rooms, RTI rooms, and the teachers made sure to point out how that was an inappropriate setting for the educational process that was going on in there. Student immediate and future impact. How will this affect students? Do we have any previous knowledge of this happening? What happens in other districts around the state? Facilities recommendations. So what was the recommendation that came in? Available funding. Things cost money. Right now, people are aware of prices are going up, constraints within the budget. What would we have for funds? What would it take in funds to do this? Estimated time to implement. How long? Is this years it would take to implement, or is it a shorter response? And actually, if I remember right from the facilities committee, one reason they put this as number one above transportation or the nanatorium is the timeline in which they envision it to happen. And the sustainability. Is this something that would happen? In 2 years from now, you have to turn around and do something different. I really don't like doing something for 1 or 2 years and having to switch it. I don't think that's really advantageous unless it's a requirement. Actually, at one of the PTO's presentations, I think it was, someone mentioned to me, and it could have been a different one, where both the schools don't care. They just move, if you need to do a renovation, they move the people, do the renovation, and move them back. We really try to avoid that here.
So Doug, in 2014, when we moved fourth graders back to the primary building, what was the reasoning behind that?
Well, and that's interesting. I've been answering emails, and I apologize to people. I haven't got through all of them. I received about 34, 35 emails. I still have a few more to get through. But in those, I see some of them saying, well, when it was moved, it had to do with instruction. It had to do with different things, and that's absolutely false. The reason I can speak to that one is I was here at that time. The whole idea of moving the fourth grade actually started with an interim superintendent, Dr. Frazier, and he was looking at enrollment, running numbers, looking at space constraints on the main campus, and he said, well, we should either close the primary building or move the fourth grade down to the primaries. Went out with a budget vote, leaving a primary open. The cost of that was about $250,000. That was broadcast to the community back then, and they supported that extra funds to keep a building open. They're still keen a call for, well, we need to make changes. During a fiscal time, gap elimination of what can we do to help with funding. And so that's where, with his idea of moving the fourth grade, that was still put forward there. It was not an instructional decision at all.
Mr. Mayor, I was on the board when we went through that, and we did have a committee of parents and community members, administrators, teachers, to review the potential move, and it was decided by that committee that given what it would cost, the difference in the cost between shuttering an elementary school building and keeping it open wasn't great enough for them to want to see one open. It was much more important to have a building in each one of the main towns of our district, rural and Wales, and that is the reason that the fourth grade was moved down.
So thank you for that question, because that was something that people were asking about. So relocation considerations. When I was here and the fourth grade was here, it was here when I came in, and I found it very confusing because it was fifth grade, fourth grade, sixth grade. Now, when the fourth grade left, the fifth grade was moved in closer, and so if we were to relocate it, we would actually, here's a picture, a map that I pulled up, a really rough one, of the old II building and the middle school. You can see how they're all conjoined. At one point in the middle, this was not there, that was constructed at sometime in the past. It used to be a standalone boiler room. Now there's actually a STEM room there, and I want to say 6 classrooms. I might be off on my count. And so this location would be where the 4th graders would go. Reason for that is reduces movement of teachers and also provides an area for them. Does 4th, 5th, 6th, moving down to 7th in the middle school. Then the next part is, if I blow up that area, where would it be? To try to make it a little better, here's where classrooms are. We would be adding in a guidance position, so that you can see where that would be right in the same hallway, gymnasium, cafeteria, health office. Art is at the end of the 5th grade, library is right down at the end of the stairs. So you can see how it provides a nice environment with them. And I use some words like they would be isolated down at the end. And maybe that was a poor choice of my words, because when I said isolated, I meant they're not with the older middle school students. I meant they were down in one end of the building, because they would actually be right there where they would have the 4th and 5th graders together in the same location. The one thing that we're still working on that we don't see in there is future development requirements, the music location. The music location used to be in a wing around the corner from the cafeteria. Technology's in there now, and there's some other office spaces in there for, when I say office, with disabilities that go in there for special resources, the ITAC, some counseling are in these rooms. And so therefore we'd be looking, and really the question I have is that, and I want to talk to the music teachers about this, would it be better for them to room there, or would it be better for a teacher to walk them down to where they have the terracing for the lessons and things like that? Would they be walking at like the bell would ring and go kids and run? No, it would be the same elementary format where the teacher would be walking them down the hall, and they would have to do that at a time between bells. The office location, there's 2 different locations with that. You'll see later about an administrator, and I'd want the administrator on board to know where they would want their office. There's one that'd be like the end of the wing. That's where the guidance would be. They could be in the same suite as the guidance, or they could be down at the end by where there's an opening for a door. Recess location, actually I've talked to the SROs. Previously with that, they played out in front by where all the cars and buses and everyone went through. In my office there, and I could watch the kids. I got to see the kids were really great. The ball would roll out there. They wouldn't chase it. The teachers did a great job. They would stop and not go out there. People referred to a playground that was there that was actually taken out. I think there was the ladder jungle gym that was there. They could go across on that. And then there were different wooden stilt structures, but all the rest of the equipment didn't work. And it was a location for people to be. It's not what you would consider a modern playground by any stretch of the imagination. So the other location, talking to the school resource officers, would be out back. Why it's out back, there's fields, there's smart fields out there, athletics practice out there, so they have a lot of opportunity for space and different activities that they could have during recess, because recess would still be happening for the 4th graders.
So Doug, on the guidance, would that be also served like as the student support center?
Yeah, it would be, because that's what guidance is. It's student support. SST is guidance as part of that. And that's where if you look right now at each one of the primaries, there's a guidance counselor we have there that's part of the SST team. By having the 4th grader up here with its own guidance counselor, we would do 2 things. We have 2 counselors right now at the middle school. They're taking care of 4 grades. One of them, 5th grade, then would transfer over to the new counselor, so that counselor would have 4th and 5th. The 2 remaining counselors would have 6th through 8th. The counselors at the primaries would have lost a grade level, so they would have less of a student load than they would be seeing now. So relocation considerations, building security. Building security is really important, and currently there are classes, and UPK used to be in the wing we're talking about. The school resource officers go into that area now. They do take care of that area. In fact, when UPK was up here last year, they were at the doors, making sure they were open and safe when they go in there, because we don't have double locking like we do in the primary. Actually, this year, that door they're working on the cafeteria now in that area, and then after that, they will be retrofitting that door, because that is a weak point in security, even though we don't use that door. My office door going in there only has a single entry too, even though we have a door, and that was actually something we were already moving towards, is punching a window in there and making it so it's like all the other buildings, which would improve security overall. Moving the students there and using that door more, it actually is already in the works. They'll happen no matter what, either way, no matter what happens. Transportation, students will be on the main campus runs and have assigned seats in the front of the bus. Why I say that was what was done before, and going to the different PTO meetings. I know the parents have a lot of concerns with transportation and students being on the bus with older students. One question I get is, well, who else does this? Hundreds of schools, because any smaller school that has a single bus run, I think you came from Lindenville, and they have one school, they have one bus run. All the students ride the buses. They've been doing it forever. We used to do it here. They're still currently doing it here. Different emails talked about change and the world evolving, and I agree with that. What the principals have to deal with on social media because of cell phones and where people can go with that. In fact, my Monday message, I even put a warning out there because of what's happening in the Middle East. That, make sure you're checking the cell phones and that. So we do have concerns with that are always monitored. And you have problems wherever you are. I saw one email a parent talked about how at the elementary level they had trouble on the bus just between elementary students. So it can happen anywhere at any time. But I gotta say, we're really lucky with the bus drivers we have here. They tend to be generational and know the families moving through. Faculty, go ahead.
What percentage of high school buses have like aids on them? Is it?
I would say very, very few.
Sorry. Who's that down there? Oh, Kim. Hey, that's cool. The question was, what percentage of the high school buses have aids on them?
And my answer is very few. I don't have a percentage off the top of my head, but I would say it's not a significant amount. I would not count on an aid being on a bus for a main campus run. Faculty, moving people around, you have to consider that. And I had conversations with the union that we have a contract we have to follow, but we had a process that we did when it went the other way. We found a similar process to that. Of going through there. Haven't had talks with any of the staff yet because I have to figure out which direction we're going, because I really hate to walk into a meeting and say, hey, let's discuss this, and walk back a week later and say, we're going a different direction. Administration hire. What we would need there is, we had it before when the II was there, an administrator that has experience to oversee elementary children, because right now, and I know there's a concern, like the fifth graders are growing up too early by being part of the middle school. This would actually help unwind that some, because you could have the fourth and fifth grade more of an elementary setting. I would say more of it. I don't know what would be different than the elementaries now. I mean, in terms of scheduling, here's where your specials are, and then the teachers have to decide where different classes fit in based on the students, their needs, where's recess, just like they would be doing now in the primary buildings.
Hey Doug, just to touch on transportation.
I'd say turn on your mic, make sure it's on just from that comment before. I don't know if you could hear him. I try to learn.
Yeah, sorry about that. So when you talk about transportation, I think transportation is always a sensitive topic, right? Because, bringing the fourth grade in and so forth. What's your idea or view or understanding of separation? Because in here it says assigned seats, which is great, but depending on how full that bus is or who else is on the bus, I mean, would you expect a buffer zone, or how would you handle that to make sure that the fourth grade has some level of control, and then also control on the back of the bus as well?
Yeah, well, we're blessed we have cameras on all our buses. Now that's after the fact. When something happened, you can go back and review them. And so I would I would work with Eric on that, and really we would be looking to the bus drivers that were here at the time. There's still many of them here. What worked on your buses to train the new drivers of what to do. And like I would envision like 4th and 5th graders are assigned to so many seats in the front, and then after that, typically if anyone gets on a bus, everyone goes to the back of the bus first. Oh, I'm sorry, Eric is in charge of transportation. He's a transportation supervisor. And so with that, you know, with the kids assigned at the front and them in the back, if it's available, there would be buffers in between. If not, then they would fill in accordingly as they come on.
Okay.
Doug, how full are the buses going to the main campus currently?
When I talked to Eric, when I talked to the transportation supervisor, Mr. Nagel, about this, you know, a couple weeks ago, first I asked him, how long would it take you to redevelop runs? He said, we're set to go. We have to develop runs every summer. We're all set. We don't need a lot of lead time. He said actually that would help him because the runs on the main campus predominantly are a lot less full. You have the drivers, the people stay after for sports in the afternoon than the primary runs. The primary runs tend to be much more crowded, 2, sometimes 3 to a seat, where they don't experience that to that degree on the main campus runs. Now again, individual runs might vary from that comment.
And I think another concern, Doug, was just about the start time.
Yeah, the start, I find that interesting because someone brought that up earlier. And why I find it interesting is Adam Stoltman, the superintendent of Alden, and I were talking over the last couple of years, because right before COVID, they did a study out there, looked at research, and they actually, in Alden, and there's some few other schools that are the same way, and Alden just switched, where the primary students go to school first. You definitely need a certain amount of sleep. Your certain amount of sleep depends on what time you go to bed and what time you get up. You can control that. Sometimes it's hard because there's after-school activities that students go to. I'll say especially kids going to hockey, they seem to have scheduling time all over the place. But what Alden did is they actually switched so all the primaries come to school first and the secondary comes to school second, because sleep patterns change over time. So younger students, and I'm not looking to do any changes here, please don't read into this. Of course I might be asked now, why are we doing it? The younger students perform much better and can get up earlier than the older students, than the secondary students. So the amount of time, I see that in some of saying, well, I'm going to lose an hour and a half of sleep. Well, no, go to bed earlier, and I wish I did that some nights. But the younger students seem to wake up earlier as a group. You know, that doesn't mean every student. There's all exceptions to any rule, but as a group from the studies, looking at the sleep pattern.
Yeah, but in reality, I'm just trying to read the body language in the crowd on how busy kids are, right?
Yeah.
In the evenings, and the reality of actually what time they actually do get to bed, and an hour is a big difference.
Yeah, I'm not downplaying, I'm just saying this is what studies have, and for sleep and riding the bus in the morning.
And we've not considered like separate runs or.
That was brought up to me, and I went to talk to transportation supervisor more about it. Where we run into trouble is the run from Wales, because, I mean, you could do a complete run just for the 4th and 5th grade. But you're really going to run almost as many buses, not quite, as you would now, even though there's not as many kids. It's a time commitment, because you have to think we're 82 square miles. And the amount of time you want a kid riding a bus, we try to stay under an hour. And so therefore, if you have a second run for the main campus, you would have to have a significant number of buses to do that under an hour. Also, there's impact with how many drivers can we get to do these second runs.
Or take the kids to the primary school and then get them.
That's the other
to main
option.
campus,
So you go to the
right?
primary school, so I'll stick with Wales because the other two buildings are closer and it wouldn't be a significant impact. And let's say the bus gets there at Wales, drops off all the kids, and they can pull out at 8 o'clock. They would not begin to the main campus until 20 minutes later. So therefore, they would be starting school 20 minutes later. Well, to get back in time to pick up the kids at Wales, they would have to leave 20 minutes earlier. And I'm using 20 minutes because that's about how long it takes me. Bus would probably be a little safer and take a little longer. But you're talking a minimum of 40 minutes of instructional time you would lose. But then you say, well, why don't you pick up the primary kids first? and then come here and get them, you can gain back that 20 minutes. But then you have a busload of primary kids that you're driving here. Well, you could let a few off that are on the way, but the people are at the other end, the further away from the school, say more south, east, they would not have that opportunity. So that's where you get into an impact in instruction. I'm not saying I'm right, I'd want to work with him, because if there's a way we could figure it out, I think that would be nice. It would also be advantageous, because if you could do a later run like that, it would provide an opportunity for older kids to get help after school and have a second run for them to get home still, because they'd be going to the area. So I see it's not I'm opposed to it. I actually think there could be a huge advantage here if it could be figured out.
I mean, you're still presenting, Doug?
Yeah, I'm still,
Okay.
but I can stop right now.
No, I want to wait till you're done.
All right.
So, Jane?
Well, I don't know if it's the same thing.
I'm
I'm concerned by hearing the idea of adding, like looking at a third run. That's great with the buses we have right now, but the state is going to be mandating us for electric buses, zero emission buses, sorry. And I don't know that we're going to be able to have a third run. I don't know if the bus charges will hold that. So there's that issue.
Yeah.
And you're also building all of this on what we have now, which is what we should be doing. But there is a bill in the legislature right now that I don't know if it's going to gain any traction or not, that would require all public schools in New York State to start no earlier than 8 p.m. or 8 a.m.
8 a.m.
So that would change all of this conversation yet again. So you're saying you don't want to build something that's just going to have to change, but these are two issues that very well might be out of our control and would have to change.
Well, and that's where we got to be careful. I was answering a question about looking at other runs in that. That is not the model I would be doing. It's something I would explore because it was brought up and I found it intriguing. The way that I am presenting, and if I go back a slide, it was the students would be riding the bus with everyone else on the main campus. And if that legislation did pass, I would say, okay, let's pretend we're keeping the main campus starting first. They would start at 8 o'clock, which means you would have to back up the elementary even later, which, I'm getting off the topic now, but I'd love to do that. So this isn't really part of the presentation, but I know me as a parent and talking to other parents, they run into trouble two places with younger children, depending on the household. Care before school, if it starts too late, and care after school. So now if you push it back later and later, that impacts people's ability to get to work. So if you start younger students earlier, then what that allows there to be is only the need for more parents of care after school rather than just before school, because you think of daycare facilities. If you're open in the morning, you do nothing during the day and open at night, how do you find staff that are willing to do the two, especially if the morning one is only for like half an hour. So you run into that trouble. But I'm going to get back to the presentation now. I think that'd be a little better. So starting with this slide, the relocation considerations. One thing we can consider is we have experience with fourth graders on the main campus. This did happen before, so therefore it happened for over 2 decades. I went back and looked at this from 1990 to 2014. We already covered why they were moved. No, it had security and everything. We're not there yet. Yeah, I'm looking for it up there. Did I miss it? Oh, instructional prep, I did skip one, thank you. Relocation considerations, so instructional programs. Curriculum would be unchanged. Part of that has to do with the state, the mandate. What we can control is the delivery of it. So therefore, they do the standards, we do the curriculum. I don't see why there'd be any change to the curriculum or the way it's delivered. I do know, I was wrong in one of the PTO meetings. I thought in all the buildings, the fourth graders did some sharing. Maybe one teacher does the science, the other teacher does the social studies. I was wrong. One building does it at 3rd grade, but not 4th grade. And if I remember right, all the other 2 buildings do it at 4th grade. Schedules remain on the elementary schedule. And what I mean by that is not start and end times, but how the day flows, you know, when and where they go places. Recess will continue. That's not even an option. I forget if it's a policy or if it's in one of the places that we have, but that is something that would have to continue. Specials would be identical. They would have the same specials. We wouldn't be adding specials. I had one question is, would they be going to family consumer science? No. They would be having the same specials that they have now. Academic intervention support would continue. It needs to continue. That's RTI. And why? Because students need that support, and that's one of the issues that people brought up is just the rooms in which they're having it are too crowded to deliver it appropriately. Special events would continue, so the parties, the field days, things like that. They used to be up here. There were some that were lost or modified, but they could be brought back, and how and what they would exactly look like and where. That's where I want to get the administrator on board, have them actually, the administrator would be taking care of this, meet with the teachers that were here and discuss what's appropriate, what are they doing, and have that discussion take place. Class size was another idea. It's self-imposed with a 24 or less rule. That's where we would keep the class sizes. I looked at some of the numbers, and it looks like it really wouldn't be changing too much significantly there, even with moving them up here. Just with the numbers, I did the math and dividing it out. Of course, with more students coming or leaving, that can always change. Elementary culture climate would continue. I think that's a must. I think a lot of parents spoke to that in their different emails. And actually, this unanticipated, because really, hadn't thought about it, but with the 5th graders here having to do activities with the older students, this would actually allow them to be with the more elementary setting students to continue their development at a different pace, a slower pace. Experience with the 4th grades on the main campus. So in the considerations we looked, did we have experience? Did we know of a place that did that before? We can look internally, and we have multiple people that actually went through that. I was talking to one person who they came to me and they ironically told me, Doug, I told you you'd have to put them back. And I smiled and I said, I know you told me that about 10 years ago. And they said, now we can put them back, we just have to do it better than it was when they were here the first time. And I said, I agree with you. You always try to improve on what you had. Current administration, we do have a member that actually did oversee the intermediate building. So their experience would be great to have of what happened there to improve and make it better. And then we have other administrators that were here when transitions were taking place. When I remember I started here, I was going to the 3rd grade picnic, not the 4th grade picnic. And the different transitions, one parent at a meeting the other day actually said, I think it was a PTO at the middle school, they said the transition from 3rd to 4th grade coming up here was actually better than the 4th to 5th grade coming up here. Which actually, if things don't change, I'd want to look into that some more. I know I've looked at it over multiple times over the years. Transportation has the experienced drivers with the 4th graders on the main campus run, so we have experienced drivers we can tap into with them. Any questions before I change and get lost on the slide I'm on? Okay. The next one here is false information. I've seen some false information out there. There's 3 points I want to bring out there because there's a lot more. There's different ones in this, and not ones I disagree with. These are just false. The 4th grade was removed from the main campus instructional and/or development reasons. That's incorrect. We already covered it. That's not why it was removed. 4th graders would be on the middle school, high school bell schedule. That's incorrect. They would still be on the elementary. In fact, it's great with the new system we have in because we could actually turn off all the bells in those hallways and they could have their own paging system and everything. 4th graders would be isolated. That's my fault because I made that statement, and when I meant isolation, I think I explained it earlier, I didn't mean they'd be locked off and no one could see them. I meant they would have an area away from older students, but they would still have connection with the 5th graders, which would be age appropriate. So I apologize for me putting false information out there. Timeline, what's happened so far. So in February, we solicited members for the facilities committee with their large charge of looking at everything. In March was the first committee. It ended in June. Thank you, John, for running that committee, and for the members, if any are in here, that were on it. In July, at the district planning conference, that's when the report was first given to the board for them to see it. We did have board members on the committee, so they had reported back, so they had an idea of what was on there. In August, the board, that's when they had their first meeting to review the committee presentation where they talked about that. Again, it's always available online. All these, actually even this one's online, so it's very easy to get once it's posted. How often is it posted? In like 48 hours? Typically posted within 48 hours, so you can pull excerpts or anything you want of this. That was August, September. We had continued discussion, and this is where the presentation came from, because how the board moves forward with things is asking for more data, information, resolutions, and so that's what brought forth this presentation.
Doug, for the facilities meeting, the way it was advertised was to discuss like future capital projects, like things. And I don't know, I think that there would have been more representation if it was discussing like what we're discussing now. Like to have a work session with faculty, community, parents, preschool parents, because I think it wasn't really advertised very well. You know, it kind of broke into its own little work session area, and I think it was super important, and I think 15 to 30 people having a discussion about it to really brainstorm all the options and all the pros and cons was probably, it wasn't a really good sample of the community and the parents and the staff.
Well, I think you said that accurately, because the committee's charge was to review the facilities of the district and make a recommendation to the board. In there wasn't limitations on it of what you could discuss. Definitely they were discussing capital projects because they discussed the feasibility of, putting additions on the primary buildings, doing a new one. Their recommendation to the board was not to do those projects, to do this instead. So at that point, that's where the board decides what direction do they want to go from this. Which you could see actually in the August board meeting when we discussed it, the question was put out there, where do you want to go with this? What do you want to do for the next steps? And then the board made the decision in September to move this direction. In saying that, having committees and representation, I don't think I'd ever want a committee to be limited. I think having any committee believe that they have the say in what happens when it's done, that rests with the board if it's a financial decision. Because it has to do with money, and that's where the recommendation comes back for the board to do exactly what you're saying, that if the board, we'll get into the things that we can do at the end, you can put a pause on moving forward and form additional committees and look into it if that's what the board's desire is to have those conversations. So the timeline, what would we need as administrators to move forward? 6 months. We've done it before, we've had it, and the 6 months is not 6 months at any time because you have to get school ready. If we don't have a decision by a certain point, I would request the board to say don't move forward with it. I would be saying we would not have a time to do it appropriately and accurately. We have to, and here's why. We have to hire a dedicated fourth and fifth grade administrator. You have to look for the counselor. You have to have the transition for the school support staff, making sure they're aware of it. You have to have planned transitions for what's happening with the third graders. Planned transitions for them. Planned end of the year activities, because that would be a big change of what would be happening there, because the amount of them would change. And you have to look into the funding of them and everything. Finalizing building instructional locations, where I show up like classrooms and ideas for it, but I would want to meet with faculty and staff, and they might say, well, it's better to do it this way, and I'd be like, oh, okay. And then, because they're the ones that are there and doing the instruction, I think it's very important to listen to what they have to say. Review the transportation routes. Those actually would be, of all of this, the easiest thing to accomplish. But that's why, quickly, that's why they're there. options. Well, really, you have two options.
Like minimum of 6 months, like, is that like 6 school months, or does that include like the summer, or?
If I don't know by the end of December where we're going, I would want to wait a year. I would need minimally to start in January with a posting for an administrator, because I would want the administrator who's going to be running the building to hear what people have to say. If you're going to oversee people, you need to listen to them, and then make, I mean, they always have different opinions, but you need to hear, and then from there, make a judgment call of which direction, which path you're going to follow. I like to say, listen to the audience. Was it to be a millionaire? So the options, no relocation of the 4th grade. It was a recommendation to the board. You get recommendations all the time of different things, and you don't have to take action on them. You could say, no, we don't want to do that. Or you can say, we want to relocate the 4th grade. That's the other option. Those are really the two, because that's what's on the table. If relocation is selected, we have some other additional options. Do you want an independent intermediate school with a principal, that their sole responsibility is there, or would you want the second one with a house principal? People say, what's a house principal? A house principal is someone who really does what a principal does, but they usually carry a title of assistant principal / house principal, and they take care of the 4th and 5th grade. They're the ones that are meeting with the teachers, evaluating the teachers, going to the PTO meetings. The students know them more than any other administrator, even the principal that would be overseeing the house principal. They would be going to all the events that are scheduled. They'd be helping work with the PTO to schedule the events. They would have middle school oversight, because the principal then would be overseeing them. It wouldn't be running them. So you say, well, why would you want this instead of a principal? That's a great question that we could discuss and go down if the board wishes to. And then the transition, would you want to do it for the 24-25 school year, or would you want to provide a longer timeline for the 25-26 school year? And remember, you could have meetings before you even make the first two options of relocate or not relocate, and then you could have more meetings after that to see if, well, we are going to do it, when would be the best time for that transition. Any questions on this slide? Estimated expense. It varies based on the model. I'll start at the bottom. If you don't take any action, I'm going to say zero additional funding. And what I mean by that, I want to be very careful with this, because I'm afraid someone's going to read this and say, oh, our taxes won't go up next year. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the program would have the typical increases that we have. There wouldn't be any increase built into the budget for the other two options on top. A house principal model, because it's an assistant principal, would have a smaller range, whereas if you open the intermediate building, that's a little more costly and would have a little larger possible range. It all comes from who would you get, how much would you be spending, clerical help, what would they be costing, and different things like that. Any questions on the expense and why there's two variations? The next slide gets into community concerns, and I have 2 pages of this up here. I pulled these out of emails or comments that I heard. There's more than this, but these were the big ones that came out. Some of them were very individualized, but I wanted to get the main ones. Students are too young to be on the main campus. That is one that was in a multitude of emails, and I think on here I have riding the bus in here also, the concern of the interaction with the older students. One of the things they brought up was change in society, change in cultures, change in technology with the cell phones and things like that. One email said, we don't want to hear you did it 10 years ago, that you did it for 20 years, 10 years ago, because it's different nowadays. But the matter of fact is we did it 10 years ago, and there are multiple schools in New York State that have K through 12 buildings. Students will be impacted by upperclassmen on the same bus. I believe we talked about that already. There was concerns, multiple I saw, COVID has impacted the students' experience at school. So these were the ones that were the youngest when COVID was here. You see the different sites. I know the board's aware of it, of the impact of the learning that happened during this time. And, so most people say, well, if you could wait a year or two, it would be nice because these students would be through the school, and it would be students that had, if I quote someone, if I remember right in the email, had a full elementary experience from K through 3 before they moved, whereas the students now, K through 4, do not have that. A comment was made, I see that, well, UPK, Universal Pre-Kindergarten, can be isolated from other students. I talked to principals about this, and they said that should not happen. Just like why fourth graders need to have other students around them and not be isolated, same with UPK, which is why it'd be important to have them around where kindergarten people are so they can interact. They also brought up infrastructure when I was talking about this, and they said when UPK was on the main campus, there was bathroom concerns of going in there where the aide in the room was having to leave the room continually to go to the bathroom, whereas in our primary buildings, they have bathrooms within the room for where the students can go.
Doug, for next year, so remind me, there's 3 UPK classes?
Correct, there are 3
And
UPK
they're at
positions.
Marilla Primary, is that right?
Pardon?
Where are the classes?
Marilla.
All 3 of them?
All 3 are at Marilla.
And do we think next year we're gonna have additional UPK, or we don't know at this point in time?
I was talking to John about that, and there is some funding already. It gets us to about 11, 12 more people, so students. So if a little more money is thrown in there, we could implement another UPK class to get up to 4. I actually asked the numbers of how many people applied to be in UPK, because if you only have, it's 18 in a class, I'm going to use 20 just for simple math. If you only have 60 people applying, you have 3 classes, why would you need to go to 4? We had 80 individuals apply this year, 74 I think it was last year. Of those 80, I believe maybe it was 84, but 11 of them, because there wasn't wraparound services, actually they got a slot, but they elected not to use it. So I would say 80 would be a good number to use for how many individuals are interested in it, just as a round number, and it will vary year to year based on individual circumstances. UPK students do not need administrator, counselor, nurses, recess. I personally don't agree with a majority of those, because I think our nurses would definitely disagree with that, because there are things that need to be checked off for the students when they come in. I think any younger student should get out for recess and play. That's my own personal beliefs, and you need someone overseeing it. When it was on the main campus, it didn't work well. I know teachers are very good and self-directed, and I'm very thankful for having that here. But you still need to have a continuity in there for when concerns and issues arise, that there's someone that is there to take care of that while the teachers take care of the students. UPK should be housed on the main campus. I promised people I would make sure that's in there, so I'm fulfilling that, because their comments was, well, if you put it where you put the 4th grade, there's the room for that and room for future when and if the state looks to have 3-year-old and funding for that. 4th graders would need to walk through the middle school entrance. That's a concern, and I get it, because of how the bus is let off all at once, where students move both ways on the campus. Age-appropriate instruction can only occur in the elementary buildings. I personally disagree with that one, because I saw what the teacher did up here when the 4th grade was up here, and I think they did a fabulous job. Community concerns to continue. Start times on the main campus is too early. I believe we talked to that. 4th grade students need a playground. Having a playground is great, but really I think it's the social interactions that we're looking for. In order to do a playground, that would be a capital project. They would have to implement that with the cost of playgrounds. Will the 3rd graders have a transition to the 4th grade on the main campus? Yes, that's why we need some part of the timeline in order to have that transition. 4th graders need to associate with other elementary students. So I guess that's how you look at it, is that you want to associate with students that are younger than them or a year older with the 5th graders. How will music be impacted by the 4th grade on the main campus? I actually do have an email later that the music boosters wanted me to read. It's more about the loss of staff in the music department than this, but in it they actually said in favor of the 4th grade moving up here. They feel it'd be a much richer experience for music, because what would happen is the traveling teachers do now would not occur, so it makes it a more efficient model for delivering music. Traffic will increase on the main campus, causing greater congestion. There's no way I can disagree with this, because anytime we have more people and parents dropping people off, that would happen. Fourth grade students would not do well in the middle school environment. I agree with that, which is why they would need an elementary environment in order to be successful. Any questions on any of these? Getting into next steps then, so where's it for the board? Request for more information, data, ask questions to administration. I guess those two are really the same, but I wanted to make sure that it could just be data from other sources, or it could be from administration. Take time to reflect on the public comments. I know you've received, if I'm copied on all of them, about 34, 35 different emails. I'm sure looking at these, we'll have people speaking. Determine which option is best for the district direction. And looking at that, and that might not be making a decision today, but just taking time to pause and think of what everyone has to say. That's everything I have to say. I don't know how long that took. Sorry if it took a long time.
When it comes to this topic, it's one that I've spent a lot of time thinking about and reflecting on. 9 years ago, I sat in this building when we were talking about, as a parent, moving the fourth grade back down to the primary schools, and one of my children was the first one to do that. And then I, read all the letters that were received 2, 3, 4 times, trying to reflect on them. And kind of where I am right now is, and this is where I think we have to provide, some more clarity and discussion with ourselves, is if it's going to be an II building with its own principles, its own culture, where the 4th and 5th grade is allowed the elementary experience, and where it allows the 4th and the 5th grade to continue to transition and grow, like I said, with everything from the pumpkin carving to the holly hanging, I think that could be a rich environment. Right now, it seems like we have 2 or 3 or 4 different models that we're discussing. I really believe that we would have to narrow down to exactly what we're looking to do, and then present it to our parents, because I really remember I was sitting right back there when I was hearing this. It was going to affect my child. How there was a lot of questions, a lot of concerns. At that time, we were all against closing the II for many different reasons. But right now, I think we really need to focus on exactly what model we're looking at. Like I said, I understand with an II, with a principal, with their own culture, that I see could benefit the 4th and the 5th graders with that transition, and allow them to remain at their intermediate school. I would also want to, within this model, for the district to provide, clarity on what we could do with transportation. Have a separate run, the 4th, 5th graders together. Is that possible? I think that information would have to come back to you as parents, so you would have that information. And then, I think I'd look at it, a playground. That's kind of where I am, so not to be repetitive, I would like to get, a solid proposal, together to answering all these questions, and then getting it back to you. And also, we sit on the board and we do a lot of things, and it sounds odd, but I really appreciated all the letters coming in, hearing, parents advocate. It is refreshing. And even though it may cause some conflict or strife, I thought that was, extremely rewarding to read all your letters. So thank you.
One quick question, when you say playground, would that be one you'd be looking to implement before any move, or would that be one that would be taken care of through a capital project?
I guess both, just what that means, and what the cost would be, and what the timetable would be on, just so we have some information on it, just so it's not an idea and a theory. There's something we can look at, and it'll be there. If we make the move, it'll be there when we make the move, or it'll be there in 2 years, just so we can start to, I just think we got to put some meat on the skeleton for everyone. That's what I'm saying.
Doug, as far as space goes, because I did see some folks that emailed had mentioned, about possible additions on the primaries. Where do you see us as far as student space for the next 5 to 7 years?
The projections that I'm seeing and that I run, looking at birth rates and different things, I think we're leveling off. Years ago, I estimated it would be about 150. I actually ran the numbers anticipating this question, and currently, district-wide, we're averaging 153 point something students. In saying that, I really think our final numbers are going to be between 140 and 150 because the upper classes are just a little over 150 and the younger classes are a little bit under. So when you look out, knowing it takes 13 years to get from kindergarten to 12th grade, when you're looking at 5 to 7 years, I was going to say we're going to be in the top 140, so would there be any significant change in enrollment? I currently don't see that.
Well, the reason for the question is a number of years ago, a capital project was proposed which did include quite a few additions onto our existing buildings.
Yeah.
Fortunately, that was voted down because 2 years later, we were talking about closing one of the primary school buildings, which led to moving the fourth grade down. I just want to make sure that the choice that we make, that we're going to put ourselves and our taxpayers in a position to allow for growth in the future.
Well, and I think that's the greatest question, because that's my understanding is the facilities committee spent a lot of time talking about that. Effectiveness, honestly, effectiveness just from a purely financial, constructional standpoint, maintenance standpoint, their idea of a single building is the best solution. However, their discussion then is having the elementary in each town. There's a price you would pay for losing that, and then you have 3 empty buildings. What would that do to property? And that's why they pulled away from that one and said, well, really, if anything, we'd be looking at, additions on the buildings, and they were even comparing the cost of the additions to the new building. Went back to talking about the new build because of the cost. But if you were to do 6 rooms at each building, I believe is what they were saying, that would run the district at the 3 primaries, $12 million, north of $12 million with the escalation costs. And the buildings are at different levels of where they would need it, Elma being the most. So you could say, well, over time you could do just one building and later do another building and later do another building and ladder it. That was something that they talked about too. From their discussions, they ended on anytime you're talking millions of dollars of a construction project, when you have space somewhere else, they thought it was better to utilize the space. And in this case, they thought the space was having the 4th graders in it. I know there are parents that the PTOs express what they think it's better for the UPK class to have it on. So I guess, if you formed another committee, you might get a different answer of where to do it. And that's where you have to think instructionally, who are they next to, who they can communicate with, what happens with transitions, and that's why I went back to the principals, the elementary principals, and asked them what did they think would fit the best for the structure, and they said having the UPK at the primary buildings and the 4th graders on the main campus. But I know they're saying that from an instructional leadership standpoint, and whatever model we have, they would make it work to the best of any capability.
Tail on Chuck's question, in only respect to numbers, and nothing else, if this change was made, and if the projections, hold with 140, 150, is this then sustainable for years into the future with the idea that II reopened?
I would think it would definitely get you 5, if not 10 years.
Considering that, UPK is probably going to grow.
Yeah, because when I look at it, and I went and re-looked at it from my conversations on Friday, and thank you to the people at Marilla and Wales for coming in on Friday and talking about things. So I went back and re-looked at it, because I want to make sure some things are right. And right now, there's 3 4th graders at Elma. And so therefore, if they came to the main campus, that's 3 empty rooms, you put a UPK in one of them. Looking at the numbers, that's why I want to look at the UPK numbers of the people attending that. And there's 80, because of the lack of wraparound services and stuff, which means you put 2 on there. that would still leave a room where you could spread out people, plus some of the resource people wouldn't be there anymore, because their sources for 3rd or 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds are different in terms of support for response to intervention than the other grade levels. So that would help with the space there. I looked at Marilla again. They have 3 UPK 3 UPK 4-year-olds there. So if they went to 4, would that fit? They would definitely fit by removing the 4th grade. And then the same thing would happen out at Wales. So yeah, you would have the capability built in based on those numbers. I've been thinking more about it too. The state frustrates me again because they say, well, we'll give you money, per student to teach UPK. Well, if all the classrooms are full in your district, you can't do it as a district model. You would have to actually go out and subcontract it out to someone. And we did that the first year with limited success, we'll call it. And this year, we went out to try to find a partner to do it again, and there was no one in this area. And actually, you were lucky enough to spend about 10 hours listening to NISBA, and one of the resolutions, I think, talked about areas that have daycare facilities or preschool facilities, deserts, where they have nothing. I think if the state was going to put this forward and fund it for instructional purposes, they should also have a mechanism there for resources for construction of classrooms to house these individuals. Because if they had put that there, that would have made it a lot easier on us, because they could have given us a funding source for rooms. But that's a hypothetical world, I guess I am in looking at funding from the state.
No, I understand that, but I just wanted to make sure that if this was to take place, any way you look at it, it's going to be disruptive for people. I just wanted to make sure it's not going to be like 2 years, we're changing something again.
No,
Based on only that alone.
Yeah, I don't want to do something that is a 2-year model. That's ridiculous. And that's, I don't know, my pattern of all my years here, I've seen that with even teaching and keeping staff on. I mean, there's times with staffing we could have let someone go, and then, and then 2 years later, hired someone back, chose to keep the person on. I mean, it's actually a benefit to the students too, because then they have more interaction. So it works, well round, all the way around.
Doug, I got a request. As I look at some of the busing and transportation, maybe some areas that are very sensitive to those that have the younger kids on there and then the upperclassmen on there, I'd really like a little bit more of an investigation on busing schedules officially to make sure that we have our options in front of us, right? That, the 4th graders, do they ride with the 5th graders? Is there a late bus? What are the options that we can do within the envelope that's provided to us? I think that's number 1. Number 2, I would be very interested in, with all the feedback from the community, developing some type of FAQ that can be referenced. I mean, this is great having representation here. Unfortunately, sometimes when you leave, you're like, did I remember that correctly? Is that what I heard? Is that what the information is? I think memorializing that in an FAQ to pass the information out so you have it, right? So you reference it. But I'm not necessarily referencing a final document, something that's a little more living as we go through it, that it can be updated, right? I think the important part of what we want to share as the board is that we're very thoughtful in what we're trying to accomplish. And when we see areas of interest from the community, we want to be able to address that. And so I think that would help and support that. And then I think lastly, there were 3 items that required further development, right? We're talking about the music, we were talking about the recess, and then we were talking about, pull that up, office space, right?
Where the office would be.
I think answering those or having a bit of a line of sight of what that would look like, right, I think is important, because as 4th graders are out there, having recess, interacting, social interaction, playtime, I think it's important, right? So I think we should have some level of response to that. So that's kind of the request I would have, as sitting at the board, making sure we can gather some more information, but we're also providing information of what we have based on the conversations today in the PowerPoint.
Okay.
And from my perspective too, I think it would be good to have an open house of some sort to let the community see what the intermediate building looks like, because I think that probably many people have not been that building before to get a look and feel on, what your map was up on the presentation. And in addition to that too, I want to hear more from the staff. The staff know our students the best, and I think that their input into this is going to be very valuable to help us determine a good solution for everyone.
And then just to go back, that we know what model we're talking about,
Well, and I guess that's hard for me to pick.
No,
because there's the funding between the two different ones. If the board is willing to do this, I think you spoke to the own building.
Correct.
The one where you have the independent intermediate school.
Correct.
With principal. If that's the one the board wishes me to focus on, that's absolutely
That's
okay
kind of
with
what
me, and I can focus on
what
that.
I'm asking, because I just want to be able to even what Keith said, I just want to be able to give that to the community so they
Okay.
know what we're even thinking, and what we're asking.
So is everyone okay if I focus on that one? Not that you're making the final decision now, but that would be the model that I would be basing off and developing the FAQ and everything. Because I think if you go out there and, well, if we do this model, here are the answers, you do this model, here are the answers.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to
That can be
avoid.
very confusing. So I would prefer to pick the independent model and move forward with answers for that model.
At least that's where I am, yes.
Yeah, I think that also represents an independent intermediate school with principal, right? That's the
Yeah.
model you're looking at. Just for clarity, for those that may not have the presentation up, it's, the other one is implement house principal model with middle school oversight. So I think the other one has a little bit more focus to it, is more focused on the kids. So
Okay.
that seems to make sense.
That's where I am, yes.
Okay.
I mean, as a community, we still call that building the II. I don't think we ever really stopped having an II, and it to me seems like the model that allows us to have 4th and 5th grade together independently makes the most sense, educationally wise, and facility wise. That model to me makes the most sense, and that's what I would want to see go forward.
And by going forward, just to make sure it's clear, you don't mean enacting, but
No,
getting further
in getting
information.
more information and having that be.
Well, I could just hear someone
the
say, go
model.
forward, well, they made their decision.
No, and having that be the model that we're looking at implementing, so that the kids are in their own elementary styled education, building, a more traditional elementary education.
No, yes, and allowing for the further development of the 5th grade too. It'll ease their transition, and that's one that we want to get information on and then discuss and present.
Just to clarify, in creating this kind of a model, having an independent principal, that principal would also oversee 5th grade, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because I can't imagine having a principal overseeing 1 grade. I think I would take that job. Anything else from anyone?
Okay.
All right, John, Mary Jo, you got a lot of work to do. No, I'm teasing.
So that moves us to our board discussion and news worth sharing. 7.01 is 4th grade transition to the main campus. Does anybody have anything else that they would like to say about that? Or have we sufficiently covered it? Okay.
Can we just recap what we're agreed to do for the next steps and the timeline to do those? Fine.
Sure.
So I think, just to make sure, the request for information is really what we're asking for, right?
Yes.
Agreement and next steps is not a decision. We're sort of agreeing that this is the request for information. As that information comes forward, we'll, be able to make a better decision.
Yeah, and the items I hear is there'll be meetings with the staff on the relocation. So I'd want to meet with the 5th grade. And when I say I would want the principals involved too, because they need to be involved. But the 5th grade staff, the 4th grade staff, I would try to get a posting out there.
Your PKs, teachers as well, right?
When I said, sorry,
Okay.
old habit of mine from other
Okay.
districts, when I say staff, I mean teachers. open house, so parents could come and see the II building, walk through it if they wish to. 3 items that get more complete on what they were that were in the presentation. Start an FAQ because it's a living document, so I'll never say it's finished. Transportation schedules and what are the options with transportation. I'm going to focus on it as an independent II building. Playground, what would be like a timetable and cost for that. And clarity on transportation options, which is that's a repeat of before. And I believe that's it. Good.
All right, that brings us to mascot updates. We did have a committee meeting, and myself, Chuck, and Heather Jacobs were there. Do you guys want to chime in and give a report back out about the mascot meeting?
I mean, basically, we went over the timelines again with what we were going to be doing as far as suggestions for the mascots. Those have been rolling in. I believe that's open until the end of this month, correct? October 31st. So if you haven't already done so, submit your suggestions. Once those are all submitted, we'll all get back together again and whittle it down to, I believe, the top 25. Is that
Yes.
correct? And
Well, yeah, the top 25.
25,
Yep.
and those 25 will go out for a vote.
Yes, in
And
December.
from that vote, we'll get down to 5 suggestions, and that'll go out for a final vote. And then we'll do it all over again to create an image to go along with the new mascot.
And I was able to make a good contact at one of my conferences in Albany with a state representative that I'm going to try to get him to look at all the names that came in to make sure if they feel any are connected to any indigenous or Native Americans, that he points those out to us so we know that they might have a concern with them.
And then we also had our guest speaker come in and do a community event on Monday night. Jacinta Garcia, I forget what her title is at Lakeshore, but she came in to present about the Native American experience, and we had several board members. Okay, she's the MBK Academic and Cultural Competence Coordinator to the Title V Native American programs. And so there were several board members at that as well. Would somebody like to report out on that? Heather?
I thought it was an excellent presentation. Is it?
Yeah, there you go. Now we can hear you.
An excellent presentation. I know that we were on every news station, I think, followed her, and it was a refreshing thing to see. She brought a lot of new perspectives, I think, to the community, and brought up some educational issues for the future. So it was a very worthwhile community event.
I was particularly impressed with the students in the audience and the questions that they had, the comments that they had. We were well represented by our student population. That was good.
I would have liked to seen a better attendance from the public because it was very informative. And I also have some concerns about Board of Regents just asking us to change the mascot, and in the back of my head wondering, when are they going to force us to change the name of our district? And what a shame that would be if we spent all this money to rebrand our school with a new mascot, and we find out 3 to 5 years later that we potentially have to change the name of our school and what the cost implications of that would be. So, did you get the, I mean, right now they're saying we don't have to change Iroquois, but by both definitions, like Iroquois is probably more, maybe sensitive than just the mascot, and I don't know, is that something the state's even considering right now, or that we've heard, or?
That's a question I did ask the gentleman when I was talking to him when I was there, and he said they're not considering that at this point.
That's at this point that makes me nervous.
I was going to say, I hear that, so, oh yeah, we won't do that, and kind of smile.
I had a nice conversation with Jacinta after the presentation, and we spoke about that a little bit, and I asked her the same question. And she said that if that were to come to fruition, she would actually speak to the community, the Native American community, and the state, and talk about the experience that she has had working with Iroquois in the process of changing the mascot, and the compassionate way that we have handled it, and that she would advocate or help us advocate to not do that.
That's very nice to hear.
And that is a testament to the way the community has welcomed her at that presentation, and the way the community has been very thoughtful, listening and learning, and not always reacting emotionally, and recognizing why the Native American community is asking for this change, and why the state has pushed it to us in the way that it has. Anything else on the mascot? Okay, then that brings us to our ambassador reports. Does anybody have any news to report from their school?
Sure, I attended the Wales primary open house on September 28th. It was very well attended. The kids enjoyed showing around their parents to the classroom. A lot of the classrooms had scavenger hunts. There was also a Scholastic Book Fair, which was very well attended. They did very well, the PTO Scholastic Book Fair, and I look forward to the Harvest Hoedown on October 27th. It's a big community event in the areas.
Okay, so I attended the middle school dance, back to school dance. I had the pleasure of standing by the gymnasium door to make sure that students didn't bring balloons and food into the gymnasium. I think that they all looked at me like, who's this crazy lady and why is she telling me what to do? But it was a lot of fun. I haven't been around middle school kids in a little while, and they were fun. It was a really neat event the MSA puts on. They have different stations with different activities that the students can do. They had a selfie station with all these kind of cool little knickknacks that you can hold up to your face. Heather and I actually took a picture before the students arrived, and they had like it's kind of a bowling thing. I kept hearing things falling over, and I was like, "What is that? What is that?" But the real fun was watching them in the gymnasium dancing to wild and crazy music, and every now and again they played one that I actually knew, and that was fun. So I really enjoyed that, and I'm hoping to be able to go to an MSA meeting soon, and to attend a faculty meeting soon, to just pop in and say hi. Anybody else?
From the Elmo PTO perspective, I think it was very welcomed, Doug, that you were there to talk to the parents that had some concerns. They actually rearranged their book event at the school to be an hour earlier to allow for people to attend this meeting, so that was good. And then as far as ITAC goes, I went to the ITAC meeting this past week, and their big trunk and treat event is on Saturday at the Boys and Girls Club, 3 to 5, and my car will be there decorated with ITAC stuff because nobody else was available, which I'm going to be there anyway, so I was happy to do it. And that's about it.
us to roundtable dates for 2023-24. We need to discuss dates for our roundtables this year. You have a copy of last year's dates as a guide, and we do need to get those onto our calendars so that we can let our community know when each roundtable will be. So one for staff and transportation. Last year we had it on February 15th from 2:45 and a second one at 3:45 to accommodate the different faculty times that they leave.
And Jane, I think we had for the transportation, I think we had a morning session because they couldn't accommodate
Okay.
either of those times because of their runs. So,
Yeah, it was, the transportation was by themselves because the staff would have come to it would have been teachers and staff.
Okay. The high school and middle school students had their roundtable during their lunch periods on February 16th, and then the community roundtable was held on March 15th. That was right before a school board meeting in the middle school cafeteria from 5 to 6. So, with that kind of schedule in mind, when would we like to hold our roundtables this year?
well, not on Valentine's Day.
Did we do that last time?
I'm thinking that week would be rough because there's also the Capitol Conference on the 13th. So,
The capital conference is actually on the 7th. Yeah. The NISBA holds their capital conference. Typically, it's later in the month, but this year, for some reason, it is now earlier. The virtual conference is on the 2nd, and the conference in Albany is on the 7th. So we actually could do it. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it on Valentine's Day, though. So not on a Wednesday. Our board meeting that month actually is on Valentine's Day. Hate to tell you that, folks, but we're spending Valentine's Day together. It what? Oh.
12.
All right.
Yeah,
We did that because it was supposed to make it so we wouldn't conflict with the Capitol Conference, so which also got moved.
so could we do the 15th again, that Thursday? I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Different time though, right? Same.
Staff and transportation, well, transportation would be on its own probably again, but the staff ones, it would be the same time because it allows the faculty to come and not have to come back to the district or back to the school after they've left for the day. So it gives them the opportunity to come right at the end of the day and then go home.
And is February 16th on the calendar? It says superintendent conference, so there's no school. So maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Maybe. On our long weekends and stuff, people might be heading out of town. Well, actually, the teachers won't be.
The following week is
Recess.
break.
Yeah.
Yeah, is everybody okay with the 15th?
Yeah, Turkey.
Yep, okay, let's lock in the 15th for the staff.
At 2:45, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
2:45 and 3:45, we have two of them to be separate. Right.
Okay, that's on my calendar. And then for the transportation, was that done on the same day, just in the morning?
Heather was the one that went to it because she was available. I think it's more the availability of,
No, it's Keith.
no, it's Keith. Because I wasn't sure who it was.
Keith and Bob, right?
Yep.
Bob's the other, okay. do we want to just let Keith and Bob schedule that with the transportation department?
Yeah, we can take that. I can take that on, Bob.
All right.
Okay.
And I'll have Nora tell Eric, transportation director,
Yeah,
that you'll be calling.
yep, absolutely.
All right. Then our high school and middle school students, I'd be okay with doing that on the 15th too, like go from seeing the students to seeing the staff, if anybody.
Yeah.
What do you think?
That makes sense, to try to take the day off, you know,
Okay.
just splitting it up.
Yep, so that'll be the February 15th.
You want to throw the community in there while you're at it?
Yeah. No. So the community one, last year we did it before a board meeting in March. Do we want to do the same again this year? That would put us on, let's see, March 13th.
That's the school board, right?
Yes. It just means that we come to our meeting an hour earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking too, for parents, if you were to do it, it's from 6 to 6:50, you could have any executive session after the board meeting, because I know last time it was a little, it could have been a little tough for people, because it was like 5, it was starting 5:30.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think a little later would be better.
that's fine.
So what time?
6 to 6:50, and then we start our meeting at 7, and then if we need an executive session that night, we do it after. I'm okay with that. Everybody?
6 p.m.?
Okay.
6 p.m.
All right, that sets our roundtable. Thank you, everyone. Then that brings us to BOCES special April meeting. We need to decide a date for the annual BOCES special meeting in April to vote on their budget. You have copies of those choices as well in front of you.
Well, I think for the BOCES annual meeting, April 11th would probably be best for us because we have our regular board meeting on the 10th.
This is a meeting that we come in at like 7:30 in the morning and it
The choices to vote are the second.
Oh, we're voting off these second ones?
The first one is for someone to attend that.
Oh, okay. So we're looking at April 16th, 17th, 18th, April 22nd, April 23rd. Yeah, it's April 10th.
Yeah, that's typically, it's well, one action to approve their budget. No other action is done. Maybe if there's a hiring, we might have a hiring on it, but that's it. That's the morning one.
And it's it's usually at 7:30 before we all go to work. I would prefer a Tuesday or Thursday. Beyond that, I don't really, any date is fine.
At first, Tuesday.
What, we are going to do it in the morning? Any day.
Yeah.
Tuesday, 16th?
Yep, all right, Tuesday the 16th.
What's the
just
date?
because.
16th.
Tuesday the 16th. 1, 2, 3. Keith, were you, yeah, you can
Yeah,
make it.
yeah,
So there's 4. Or tell Bob too, make sure he shows up. Keith. Yeah, because April 10th, if we have a meeting, we couldn't do it.
That brings us to ECASB updates.
Okay, speaking to the legislative committee, we spent most of the time talking about electric buses. And what we talked about was, as of right now, as of 2027, we're supposed to start buying them. The whole fleet's supposed to be turned over by 2035. That the cost of electric buses right now sit at $460,000 versus about $190,000 for a diesel bus. I think the big number that someone did throw out to us, that in order for New York State to switch over every single school bus, it's going to be a cost of $20 billion on the taxpayers. And that was where a lot of our conversation was with ESCB Legislative Committee. We also talked about wanting more flexibility in civil service hires for districts and doing the list more often. That was the two topics that we spent most of the time talking about.
I'd say those are two great topics, especially the second one, because they took a list, or they took a test a couple months ago, and we still don't have it out yet. It'd be a couple more months.
Okay. So I went to the Rick Timms dinner. He was all his doom and gloom and bleak picture, as he usually is. A large portion of his presentation was dedicated to the zero emissions buses, and while the governor is telling us that she's going to continue funding education for the next, I think it's 3 years, he made it clear that the comptroller of the state says that's not possible, and the state itself is looking at a financial cliff, just like the districts have been talking about for the last few years, because once our federal funding from all the COVID things disappears, that money goes away, and if we've implemented something that requires that money, we'll have to come up with it in our own budgets. So he said the state is kind of in the same boat now, according to the comptroller. And he talked a lot about the electric buses in terms of the cost. We're looking at going from spending roughly $120,000 a bus to now $500,000 a bus when you throw in the cost of the charger station that goes with it. And when you look at how many districts there are across the state and how many buses there are across the state, and having everybody moving towards this mandated electric bus, you're talking about the state needing to come up with about $20 billion. So he really didn't have a whole lot of great things to say. Yeah, he also talked about the possibility of the state having to reinstitute a gap elimination, which is something that just as I was coming onto the board was disappearing because of successful campaigns against it. So to hear veteran board members before me talk about it, I was always like, thank goodness we don't have that anymore. And he's saying that might be coming back. So that kind of concerned me.
The one piece I want to throw in there you didn't mention when he was talking about the bus and the $20 billion, there's an infrastructure cost too on top of that for laying the wire, the charging station. So just the buses are $20 billion. New garages, wires, charging stations will, could almost double that.
Hey, Jane, did he talk about the possible cost increase of those electric buses because of the inability of the manufacturers to supply the number of buses required?
No, he just laughed at the idea that the state thinks that they can supply us. Sorry. He also briefly mentioned, and if you think your insurance is going to cover the entire cost of the bus, we're probably mistaken that at that point, insurance companies will no longer insure an entire bus. Part of it was because if a bus catches fire in our bay, the fire department's going to come. That fire is going to be so hot that they won't be able to put it out, and it will just jump from bus to bus, and you will end up losing your entire fleet. I don't know if that is just more doom and gloom, or if that's actually reality, that would be something I would need to find out more information about before I get my emotional, response going. But that did make me say, okay, is there any truth to the insurance companies not actually insuring those buses to the full cost? Because that would be another concern. What it really boils down to is these zero-emission buses are still going to be an issue as we're moving forward. And there are 2 districts in the state currently that had all the grants and all the funding set up, and the citizens of those communities still voted no. And the state doesn't have an answer for what happens if your community votes no once these mandates start taking place. We have until 2027, I think it is, to start. But when that happens, what happens if the community says no? Because the community gets to vote on that, and the state doesn't have an answer for us about that either. He made that clear as well.
Did he cover, apologies, I had to miss the event because I've attended it previously and need repeats because there's so much information he provides.
Yeah, he gives a lot.
Did he say anything about the foundation aid? If that's...
He said the same things, that we need to come to a point where the legislators have to recognize they're using really old data, and that foundation aid formula needs to be revamped. But that's a battle we've been fighting for over 20 years, and it makes sense. The legislators don't want to be in the be the legislative district that loses out money that they're currently getting. So they keep sticking with the status quo, but the status quo isn't going to work because they're basing it off of things that we don't even really have anymore. The state's pushing towards giving everyone free breakfast and lunch, but one of the data points to creating the foundation formula is how many, I forget what it's called. John, you might want to jump in here. The
reduced lunch count does factor into your aid.
Yeah, and so, and people aren't applying for that because they don't need to. So, yes, he talked about it, but he, it was the same message. We need to get it changed.
So Jane, just to touch on like the EV sector, and we got participation here. I think there's a lot of opportunity in the EV sector. I come, a bit from that background, and I think there's more that we don't know that we do know. And I think as we go through the process, although the state is directing or pushing towards a direction, we need way more answers, and we want to be careful at that before we just leap in and say, yes, we want EV buses. No, we don't. What does that actually look like? So a lot more has to come forward before we would fully transition, and I think fully transitioning is a huge leap. And I mean, there's also personal preference. Is it a hybrid model? Is it a full transition to EV, from our distance and our bus route? So a lot to go into that, and I think the important message is that as a board, we're looking at that. We know it's out there from the state, and we're also trying to identify other districts that are doing it, and then also taking lessons learned. I'm doing it kind of personally, globally, around how EV is working, how it affects transportation, how it affects costing, how it affects maintenance. So it's kind of a big area, and I know you mentioned about the buses that start on fire, they self-ignite, they have to self-extinguish. There's not a lot you can do when it comes to batteries and the battery management system. So there's a lot there that we have to consider. So I think there's more information out there that needs to be done.
I was going to say, one other aspect that he mentioned was that a lot of people are concerned about how well the buses would do in New York State in terms of heating during the winter because, I guess, from what he said, electric buses don't heat very well. And he said that the solution to that was to add a diesel generator to the bus for the heater.
Yeah,
didn't make sense.
That's reality, and that's kind of where some of the technology is right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we could spend hours probably talking about it. We had an individual come in for the board planning. We ended up spending about 6 hours, and I asked too many questions. But I think there's opportunity there to figure out some of those specifics, because EV works great in flatlands and if it's moderate temperature, but when you're talking up and down the hills in Wales and then 20 degrees outside, it becomes a bit more challenging.
And Doug, we asked to set up a date for the community where we can bring that expert in on the EVs. So similar to the Jacinta thing, where the community can come and hear from an expert on this. How are we doing with that?
There was an email, and Nora will correct me if I'm wrong. We've been working with the transportation supervisor, get the same gentleman in. It's a very busy time for him right now. We were trying for November. There were a couple of dates, I think early December, we're trying to get his schedule on. We've been going back and forth, just it's tough right now with where he is. I should say Eric's been going back and forth with him.
Just out of curiosity, and you can say you're crazy, but what are the chances that if we do a community event like this, if he comes and speaks, that he could bring an electric bus with him so we could see one?
I would have no idea. It might take him a few days to get here. He doesn't live in the area.
Depends where the charging stations are.
I mean, or could we borrow one from? There is a local district that has an electric bus. Could we reach out to them and ask them to borrow it that evening?
I will give the question to Eric, just have him talk to him to see what he can do.
Because I've only seen one once, and it was in a building, so we couldn't start it up, we couldn't ride in it. I think that would be an important aspect of understanding what these buses really are about. So we do have a couple of events coming up with ECSB. You've got the Dave Little event. It's a dinner on November 2nd. The legislative dinner is November 16th. And we have speedboarding on November 30th. So these are all events that if you take a look at your calendar and let our district clerk know if you can attend them sooner than later, that's always helpful. I think that covers ECSB. Yes? All right. So now we're into our NISBA update. Go for it, Jim.
Okay. With the NISBA, I attended, it was virtually, the convention. And as I'm going to try to make this as quick as I possibly can, but I'm going to ask the board members to at least kind of think of how we want to continue to handle NISBA. The NISBA meeting began at 4 o'clock. It was virtual. It had 700 districts and over 300 of us on it. The Monday night football game began at 8 o'clock. The convention was still going on. Halftime came. The convention was still going on. The Monday night game ended. It was still going on. And then around somewhere between 11:30 and 1 o'clock in the morning, it ended. It was a long, drawn-out experience. With that, the positives are that there were 4 resolutions to Keith's point, to ask the state to delay the electric buses so more research can be done. Districts all across our state, 700 of them, it was basically 97% of the delegates voted to ask New York State to either repeal or to change that mandate. Other things that I want us to consider about is we all vote, but once we vote at NISBA, no matter how Iroquois votes, or I vote for Iroquois, what's adopted is what we present forward to New York State. And we started off, this one makes me think of Chuck. We started off saying that we resolve that New York State School Board Association opposes any legislative and regulatory mandates that would impose any new unfunded mandates. And then we went on to pass, as someone pointed out, 3 resolutions requesting that New York State provide us with unfunded mandates. One of them is that we said that every single household in New York State should provide free Wi-Fi and free cellular service. We went on to say that, and this is not the way Iroquois voted, I'm just saying the way the convention went. We want to say that every student pre-K through 12th grade should have free lunches, regardless of family income. And then we also went on to authorize New York State allowing us, as school boards, not Iroquois, to enter into the daycare business, to take newborns to 4 years old. So as school boards, it looks like we're advocating for some of this stuff. It doesn't mean that we are as a district, but this is stuff that we are doing. And there were 56 resolutions in here that were adopted. And the other ones, we adopted one that said, we resolve that New York State school boards oppose any legislation or budget initiatives that would allow New York State to overrule local zoning ordinances, which is kind of, a battle with the governor that certain, towns are having. I just kind of want us all to think about, as we go forward in NYSBA, what we're now advocating for and where we all stand on that. It was a long experience, and I make fun of it. I did learn a lot, but it was a very long experience, and I want to understand the breadth and the scope of what we are now advocating for. That was really all I had on NYSBA for now.
One thing that I think you started out saying, let's talk about how we want to do this moving forward. I think it's important that as we look at putting together our calendar, the board calendar for next year, we should include in there somewhere a work session on just the NYSBA resolutions, so that whoever our voting delegate is, Jim, that they are well prepared. It was one of those things that was recommended to us by a previous board member who has been a voting delegate, and we fell short this year. And I think it's important that if we make a note of it here, that we will make sure that it ends up in our calendar so that we have that work session next year for the resolutions next year.
And I just think that the NYSBA is a bigger, not for tonight, but it's a bigger conversation on where we are, because some of the things that come out are things that we don't have control over and are, I think, beyond the scope of what a school should be doing.
So on a different note with NYSBA, I attended a webinar on communication challenges, and I think that it was, it really spoke to me, because a lot of the things that they were saying, given our current situation with our fourth grade parents, or the third grade parents who are going to be the fourth grade parents next year, it seemed like everything they said, I was like, it was like they were saying, Jane, you're not doing this in your district, are you? And I really had to sit back and think long and hard about some of the rules that they say we should be following. The presenter was from the capital area BOCES, and they offer the service to have a communication specialist who works with the district. And I'm bringing this to the board as something that I would like for us all to consider, that it might be time for us to look at having a communication specialist, because we shouldn't have 30 parents, 100 parents coming to us saying, you didn't tell us about this, we didn't know about this. That means that we fell short on our communication. And part of it is that we're saying, okay, parents, you have to come to board meetings, you have to listen to the recordings of the board meetings. We're trying to get information out to you, but we're clearly not doing a good job of that, folks. And so I want to put it to the board to say, is it time for us to look at going to our BOCES and looking at bringing in communication specialist services? The first rule that they talked about is that your district has to be the first and best source of information for the organization. And if we're not putting the information out where people can find it and easily access it, then we're breaking that rule. And I think that this is an example of where we fell short. Rule 2 is to make sure that everyone knows that your district is the place to go to. So instead of going to social media, they go to your website. But to Keith's point, we don't have anything on our website where parents can go and get those facts, those questions and answers. So, well, that's a great suggestion. That if we had a communication specialist, that person would have said, you need this before you start these conversations. Rule 3 was can't read my own writing. Professionalize the communication that's coming out so that it's clear, it serves the function of being able to clearly communicate to our community what we are looking for, and to allow for a two-way back and forth, so that that communication isn't just one-sided. And they also talked a lot in this area about how our superintendent doesn't go to school to learn how to do communication. That's its own profession. And so we should be looking at a professional to do those kinds of things. It would free up the superintendent to do the job that he is actually hired to do instead of answering 30 emails today. So that, to me, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. You know, we need somebody who has, you know, a better understanding, who can sift through the information and say, this is what your community is going to want to know, because that person is going to know our community. So these are the questions that you should be prepared for. These are the ways that we can disseminate that information, and it's not always just through, you know, a social media post or a board meeting. You've got to meet people where they are at, and I again sat there thinking we're not doing that. And the last rule is to always look at the issue from your public's perspective, and I think that a lot of the questions that the parents sent to us via email indicated that we weren't really looking at it from that perspective and communicating the ways that we were looking at it from their perspective. So again, a communication specialist would be able to help us with that. Again, I'm just quick looking at my notes. And then the last rule was to know your tools and to know how to use them. That you can't just use one way or two ways. You know, we tend to at Iroquois, you know, hope that people will pay attention to our board meetings, that they'll come back and listen to those recordings. We're hoping that you're reading the newspaper, because we have designated the East Aurora Advertiser as our newspaper of record, and if you're reading that paper, you'll see information in there. And we're hoping that you're paying attention to our superintendent's Monday messages. But is that enough? Is that reaching everyone? Is that reaching all of the community members? That the superintendent Monday message only, you know, goes to parents, unless a community member knew about it and signed up for it. So people who don't have children in the school, they still need to be part of that communication process. And if they're not reading the newspaper, they're not watching our board meetings, and they're not getting the Monday message, they don't know what's going on at the school, and that is that's problematic. So we need to reach them in the best possible ways that answer their expectations, not ours. So I felt really strongly at the end of this that it was time for us to really have a discussion about if we want to move forward looking at a communication specialist. It's not something I'm asking for a decision tonight, but I want you all to be thinking about it so that we can have a conversation about that and be able to give our superintendent you know, some direction on how we want to move forward with communication. I think that this fourth grade issue is a clear example that we didn't do it right.
I think, Jane, just in response to that, you kind of hit it, and I'm a bit new to the board. I've only been here since July, so I come in as a kind of fresher, maybe even different perspective, and I think those are areas of opportunity that we can do better at. There's no way that you can take all of that information and publish it, and maybe not just more information, but the right information at the right frequency, at the right touch points. And so, I'd be interested to get more information on it to see what that would look like before we made a decision. But I think it's an area of opportunity, and with the presence here today, it's very clear that we need to improve that.
Concerning communication, out of our strategic plan, the communication part, we were exploring an app. Where are we with that?
All right, Joe. No, I'm just telling Chuck, he's looking at me.
We are still on track to have a January 1 app rollout, and we're actually looking at pushing up the new website a bit to occur during the summer. because several districts will be revamping their websites, and we want to be among the first to get it done so that we don't have to wait.
I think one important question in this, I mean, now that I've said that this is what I want, is to actually figure out where this service could come from. I believe that Erie 2 BOCES, which we belong to, has this service. There is a lady that I was introduced to at the Rick Timms dinner. Her name escapes me right now, but I'll found her. But I can get you that name. But we would need to find out, how much does that service actually cost? And then for our business administrator, can we include that cost into our budget? And how soon would this be something that would have to wait until the next school year, or could we implement this sooner? So those are questions that would have to be asked as well. So
We can get that information.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to look at a few different options or opportunities, right? I think Erie 1 is one solution. If there is an external solution or different areas, let's see what is out there that can help support kind of where our gap is.
Along the same lines, I'm definitely interested in collecting the information on it. I would be concerned about the cost and what it does. What are they, if our goal is to communicate better, that's always a good thing, but how are they going to do that? So I would want, know the cost, and I would want them to come in, outsider inside, and tell us what they're going to do and how they do it, and where they've had success. And the other thing is, if it's something that is through like Erie 2, does that become aidable, John? Those are questions that we would want to know before we went, farther.
I agree, Jim. Thank you.
I'm just making a note to myself to get that. Okay. Well, thank you, folks, for considering that. And then the NISBA conference is coming up at the end of the month. It is here in Buffalo, which is kind of nice. We don't have to travel for it. I was looking at the website, the NISBA website about it, and they do have a link for you to get an app that you can download and then use that to help you see all the different sessions that they have. There are lots of sessions on zero-emission buses. There are lots of sessions on, what was the other one that I noticed? School safety. And there is one session on capital projects that our superintendent and Chuck will be a part of. So you can check those out.
Chuck, I got a call from them today, so we'll be looking to set up a meeting with them maybe next week.
Okay.
Tuesday we're looking at. We'll
Let me
get
know.
to you that tomorrow.
Does anybody else have any NISBA news? Okay, that brings us to Right to Read. That is an event that I went to with our assistant superintendent for curriculum, and I didn't really know what it was I was going to, other than it was something to do with literacy and something to do with the presentation that Mary Jo gave to us in July, and I was absolutely blown away by it. It was really rewarding to see one of our own teachers was part of the panel, and Mary Jo, feel free to jump in at any time because I'm pretty sure I'm going to flub this one up. But they talked, so we watched a movie called The Right to Read, and the gentleman who was the feature person in that, what was his name again? Kareem Weaver. He was actually the person that hosted the panel, so he was there, and he has had a long career in literacy, where he started out as a teacher and now goes across the country advocating for reading, and he basically said the way we're teaching kids how to read in this country isn't working. And we've known it for a while, but we seem to be steadfast in refusing to change, and he's hoping that by creating this kind of conversation in all over the country, that we'll be able to see some improvement in how we teach kids how to read. I'm trying to think where else I want to go here with this. The recommendation was to start out with small steps and build and grow. Make sure you're putting kids first. Move away from some of the more traditional models. Bring some phonics back in, but they were really careful to stress that it wasn't just about phonics. That there's so much more to it, and that he said, ask, go back and ask, how can board members support this? And so that is my next question for Mary Jo. How can our board continue to support the literacy efforts of the teachers that are a part of this program and build it forward?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for attending the program with me, because as I mentioned in July, when I saw Kareem Weaver last year, it was a very important change in my approach to the whole literacy. He pointed out, and it wasn't something that I didn't already believe in, but he emphasized the importance of teachers and feeling confident in what and how they teach literacy, and that we need to invest in the professional development and make it ongoing as much as possible, but also recognize the limitations that the teachers have with their own personal lives. So last year he actually sat down with me for a good half hour, and he was in Syracuse, and then he made his way to Western New York, and in one day when we saw him, he visited 4 different locations to show and talk about his movie. And so I credit him for being instrumental in us joining the Reading League, not because he suggested it, but because he pointed out that it's not just a program change. It's a professional development and education for everyone, not just the primary teachers. We've got secondary teachers being trained now, and when we do move to a new program next year, I feel pretty confident that everyone will understand why we chose the program that we did, and will have better insight and make better decisions about how we use that program. I look to you guys, and you guys look very tired, but I believe that we have a good majority, as I said before, and it's not that everything is going perfectly, but I hear a lot more positives than I hear negatives.
One of the other takeaways that I had from it, I thought it was just a really profound way of looking at it, is that he said, we're living in the age of information, and if we have kids that can't read, if we have citizens that can't read, those people are not able to participate and engage with our society. You have to be able to read in order to be able to be a part of this age of information. And it was really scary, some of the numbers that they were showing about how many kids in America cannot read at grade level, and how many of them are actually several grades below grade level. So it was a really great program, and thank you for
Jane,
pushing
if I
me
could
to
just
invite.
add one more thing about, you asked how the board could continue to support us. I would say a couple things. As Kareem mentioned in his presentation, give everyone grace. We are moving as quick as we can, but as slow as we must. We are already seeing dramatic changes, but with adopting a program and getting that in, we're going to need continual professional development, and there may be some learning curves and some learning pitfalls, but the grace that you provide us in doing better and helping our students learn how to read is going to be the huge payoff.
Does anybody else have anything for board discussion and news we're sharing? All right, and that takes us to our superintendent report.
First thing is response from last month's public comments. The board asked me to include in here any correspondence that wish to be read. I did receive 2 emails from that, so I'll read them. I'm going to go as quick as I can. Good afternoon. I'm the resident and parent of 3 children at the Iroquois Central School District. This is my second letter to the district regarding the music department's upheaval in recent months. Please see below for my initial email and for reference. I am completely disheartened to learn yet another music teacher's, Mrs. Stuckman's resignation in our district. Mrs. Stuckman is a true educator who has encouraged, challenged, and provided great opportunities for their music students. And let not forget, she received the 2023 Buffalo Philharmonic Orchestra Erie County Music Educators Association Award for excellence in music education. Her departure is another huge, tragic loss to the music department and the district students. This is now the 4th music teacher since the spring who have left the district, 1 removal and 3 resignations. And those 3 resignations were tenured teachers who still chose to leave. This does not seem normal. All 3 of my children take part in chorus and orchestra string programs, 1 at each level, primary, middle, and high school. They are being hurt and directly impacted by all that has happened within the music department. From all that I have seen, heard, and been following over the last bunch of months, the voices and repeat concerns of your music teachers, music parents, music students that have been addressed to the district are falling on deaf ears or being ignored. The district has lost extremely dedicated and talented musical educators, and their departure should signal concern. There clearly seems to be a disregard and lack of support by administration for our music teachers, music education, and the music department. The department has been understaffed and overextended for a while, and now this even seems worse. Mrs. Stuckman alone was responsible for the entire string program from grades 6 through 12. Now there's no orchestra string teacher in the entire district. The Elmo primary chorus teacher will be taking on some duties of the primary band lessons. There is no previous room space to store orchestra instruments in the middle school, but in the hallway. I just find this unacceptable. The apparent actions and inactions of administration against the music department do not appear to be made with care or thought. Why is there always a fight for the music and arts education? Sincerely. So actually I had this letter. I was having a meeting with the union today. I asked the union where they thought some of this was, and they actually said they didn't quite understand it all because they know the support that the district has put forth for the music department. I do agree that we have lost some extremely talented individuals. One of them I spent a considerable amount of time helping to coach and get them where they are today. We do have a music teacher for orchestra, I'm proud to say, on this, and interviews tomorrow for the other orchestra teacher.
On this being on our consensus agenda to hire.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep. The other letter happened to do from the boosters, Iroquois boosters for music. Dear Iroquois Board and Administration, we are right on behalf of the Iroquois Boosters Organization, including all activities and all active and inactive members. It has been brought to our attention that yet another music staff member has put in their letter of resignation since the end of last school year. This equates to 4 resignations within the department. Mentions the names. Prior to this, it was named with the retirements of 3 other teachers, all within the past 6 years. other faculty, non-music department members also reach out to us that they, other faculty, non-music department members also reach out that they have resigned, saying that there is information that is being communicated throughout the district, that their departure was strictly financially driven, which is not the case. Why would a tenured teacher in any department leave the school district if tenured and teaching 10 plus years? Why would they take time to reach out to us expressing that they didn't want to leave but no longer felt like their voices were being heard or they were being respected based on what has been expressed to us? Where is the leadership that is supposed to be representing the school district? Why is no one listening to the very people that are in the trenches day to day, teaching students and knowing what is best for each and every one of them? What has and is continued to occur is completely unacceptable. As a member of the community, taxpayers, families, and more, this once blossoming school district has lost reputation that is truly representing what it should be. Why does it appear that over the last few years things have been taken or have taken a rapid decline in morale, communication, leadership? While we are aware there was a period of time where things were challenging for everyone involved, that time has passed. We seem to be going backward, not forwards. We are grateful to see on the agenda that the fourth grade is possibly being put back into the II. A question, if enrollment is down, is this going to result in adding yet another administrator with additional staffing cuts to accommodate those expenses? Thank you for your time and consideration, active and active members of Iroquois Boosters. I guess this equates to what I had asked the union about today and their leadership about expressing why I was there. I actually reached out to the president of the Boosters over the summer to ask to meet with them because I find information in here not to be factual, because the departures of the non-music department members, of the ones other than one that I've talked to, did happen because enrollment declines. They came in the meetings. Actually, some of them expected and knew this, of what was happening. So I've made multiple attempts to reach out to them. Actually, my last attempt was to get dates of their booster meetings so I could go there and actually give them correct information. But they said they do not have any schedules for me to come and attend to, and I asked them, please let me know when they would meet so I can go there and address it, so they have the information that they need. The last one, I was asked to address this too, because in the Elma review there was a letter to the editor that talked about the mascot. In it was said Iroquois was given a path to take. The Seneca Friends of the Historical Society stated that the town of Elma would change the name. There was a meeting. I was at the meeting, partook in it. There was a Native American there that spoke that is not in the leadership position in the nations. The path that was given was not one the district could take because the town had to agree with something. It's not something we had control of. Even in the regulations put forth by the state, there was a quid pro quo, and it explicitly states that that cannot happen. So that path was not passable. It talked about not reaching out to anyone in the nation. I did reach out to the leadership multiple times. The article also states it's not too late, which the SED regulations specifically state that if it's not done or any agreement in place by the passing regulations, it is too late. I did actually speak with the individual. They were actually at the presentation you talked about. I did speak with the individual. They said you should talk to this other gentleman that's part of the Historical Society. And I have talked to him, and he did say that, hey, here's an avenue. And I said, I'd be more than happy to meet, set up the meetings that you can set up. Unfortunately, he was unable to set up any meetings for me to attend. So I did address it with that individual directly. Any questions with any of those? Other than that, no one spoke at the meeting. Curriculum update. Dr. Judith?
Just very quickly, we had Staff Development Day on the October 7th. We had the elementary teachers all the way up through our MTSS and ELA teachers in 8th grade attend Reading League training. And then at the secondary level, we brought in UB to do presentations on trauma-informed care. And that was that included the middle school and high school faculty and staff, and also our district administrative assistants, and I believe the technology group. What the feedback that I got from UB Trauma Informed Care was very positive. They will be coming back in February to do a part 2. Reading League will continue in February as well. And then next year, my hope is to bring UB back to help in the primary and do the presentations in the primary levels. I've already given you the update on the app and the website. The one thing I didn't mention is on the website, at the last meeting, you had discussed getting pictures of the administrators and faculty. We have the administrators up. If you look under the directory, you will see the administrators there, and what we'll do is, as promised, we'll have the faculty up with the new website.
So thank you. That strategic plan, I was going to talk about communication. Thank you. And the other part would have for the facilities update, which I gave a presentation about that with the 4th grade transition. So that is done. So I'll move into recognitions. The first group to recognize is the Board of Education. This is Board Recognition Month, week, day, I guess today. And so thank you for all you do, the time you spend, the questions you ask. Jane, thank you for getting back to lots of emails, spending extra time as president. There's a little gift for each one of you that is there at the table. So I hope you enjoy that as appreciation of all that you do and will be doing for the rest of the year without getting paid.
Thank you.
The next one is a thank you to our high school social workers. They had a thing on the dark side of social media. I can tell you every single administrator and probably most of the parents recognize that social media can be not a good place for students to be at. Things do not happen there, especially we see that when students come back on Monday after a weekend. There's usually emotional strife we have to take care of.
If I can jump in, I actually went to that event. It was, I would normally say it was eye-opening, but since my husband is a former DEA agent, a lot of the information that they were giving, I already knew, but I could tell that the parents that were there were a little surprised at how easy it is for kids to access drugs using social media. It's just a matter of some emojicons and them opening up an app on their phone that allows the dealer to know that they're in the same area. It was, I think it was a little scary for some of the parents to hear. There weren't a lot of people in attendance, but I definitely think it's a program that we should continue to offer and maybe even offer to our middle school parents, because it seemed like everybody there was, high school, and this stuff is happening in our middle schools. So it's cool. Thanks.
I'll move into athletics. The varsity girls soccer finished their season, ECIC, with a record of 9-1. Their first playoff game is 10-19, which is tomorrow on our turf field at 3:30. So come out and cheer them on. The girls varsity field hockey team finished ECIC champions with a record of 6-0. They will have their first playoffs Tuesday the 24th on our turf. We don't have an opponent yet. I guess they're all afraid. Really, they haven't finished their season with a time to be determined. The boys soccer finished second in ECIC with a record of 5-3. Their first playoff will be on the 20th versus City Honors at John B. Wiley Stadium at 4:30. So great job to these three teams, and good luck in the playoffs. The League Club did a campus-wide cleanup after the homecoming festivities. Thank you very much for for that extra help. I know it was greatly appreciated. And thank you to Mrs. Muskoff and her team for the successful homecoming week. She always, and really it's her team of students and support from other staff that do a fabulous job. And the last one has to do with the Unified Polar Plunge. And so on December 1st, the Iroquois Unified Polar Plunge team will be jumping, running, slowly walking into a very, very chilly Lake Erie to support Special Olympics, in which turn supports our Unified Championship Schools program here at Iroquois, which we are the ones that have been recognized nationally twice. We're the first one to be recognized first, and I think we're the first one in New York, if not the nation, to be recognized twice. So congratulations to them. Last year, our team raised over $22,000, only earning us third place, and so their goal is to raise $30,000 this year, and it's open to any student or staff member that would like to participate. The link to sign up is on the high school webpage. Heather, are you jumping in the water again?
I am with HSBC on Saturday, and
That's gonna warm you up
Sean's
for
going to
this
try to
one.
get me to do it on Friday, so.
So that's all I have for recognitions. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to recognitions of guests. I do want to say something that I don't normally say right at this point, but yeah, on our consensus agenda, we do have an item that would be to relocate the fourth grade. Based on our conversation tonight, I will be asking for a motion to withdraw specific items from the agenda, and I would be surprised if a board member did not remove that and have a second and a vote in the positive to remove that item from the agenda. With that, we do have 9 people who asked to be recognized for items that are on our agenda, and 1 person who wants to be recognized for something that's not on the agenda. I don't think in past experiences that we our rule is that we only allow 3 people on the same subject, and it does appear that these 9 people all want to speak on the same subject. So it is up to the board at this point to decide if you want to waive our limitation to how many people can speak on one subject.
Well, I think because they stuck it out this long with us, that we probably should hear.
I agree.
I would agree.
All right. So I would like to remind our guests tonight that you do have 3 minutes, and because there are 9 people, I am going to stick strictly to that 3 minutes. It is not because I don't want to hear what you have to say, but we have 9 people that want to speak. Then the other question that I have for the board is, we do have 1 person who wants to speak on something that's not related to the agenda. Do we want to allow that person to also speak at this time? Yes. Okay. All right. So our first person that we'd like to recognize is Daniel Norton, and he would like to speak about the relocation of the 4th grade.
Good evening. My name is Dan Norton. I'm a parent of a current 3rd and 5th grader, as well as a preschooler not in the UPK program. Joining this evening is a concerned parent in regards to the proposal to move the instruction of the 4th grade from the primary schools to the main campus. As a quick show of hands to my fellow parents, how many of you are concerned about this proposal? I believe this proposal is being rushed and is not beginning its due process. From announcement to vote of acceptance for such a major change to the district is not appropriate. I will grant that since the last board meeting, more information about this proposal has continued to trickle out, although I do feel this shows that the proposal has not been fleshed out and needs an additional time. Please do not experiment with half-baked ideas on our children. It is also quite concerning that this plan was made up by a facilities committee. While I can agree from a facility standpoint this plan does make sense, from a teaching and learning as well as the student's perspective, it does not. You do not have a math department to design the new field house. The science department does not set up the library. Teaching and learning should not be determined from a facilities standpoint. The fact that parents and students' perspective was not properly addressed should be obvious by the number of parents in attendance with concerns about this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Lori Clark, also wanting to speak on the 4th grade relocation.
evening. My name is Lori Clark. I am a parent of 3 students within the Iroquois School District, 5th, 3rd, and kindergarten. And I did already send an email that was lengthy, included a number of links. I hope you found it more helpful than irritating. But I did want to also speak tonight just to clarify a few things. My biggest concern is that I don't believe this is a long-term fix, and that we talk very hypothetically about the upcoming UPK program. Now, in my past life, when I was working outside of the home, I paid very close attention to politics and the budget for purposes of my job. So I can tell you, when they first funded UPK, I read about it the morning after the budget was passed because I sat down and read the budget. So I may have known about it before many people in the school district knew that we had 38 spots funded. So I do know that Governor Hochul has been very vocal about the fact that she wants to extend this to the point that every child in the district is eligible for a spot in a UPK4, and to extend it to UPK3. And if you look further to her discussions about childcare, you'll see that she mentions over and over again that she had to put her professional career on hold in order to tend to her own children for lack of care. So this is something very personal to her. So even though her executive budget has not been released for next year, which is her list of agenda items that she'd like to see in the April budget, it is something that she clearly states in public over and over again that this is of importance to her. So I think we need to really think long-term about the amount of space that these rooms are going to take up. So even though we will lose 3 classes of 4th grade out of Elma Primary and put 1 UPK class in, we could be surprised in April to find out that they've funded additional spots and it requires 2 classes. And that maybe they come out and say UPK3 is being funded, and now we are no better off than we are right now. And the thing about UPK3 and UPK4 is that there are very specific numbers of students that can be allowed in a classroom, because that is handled by Office of Child and Family Services. They are not considered school aged. So you'll see that the state is funding UPK 18 spots at a time, because that's how many can be in a class. If you look to New York City's programs, UPK3 typically has 16 spots, whereas you can have more students in a classroom at the 4th or 3rd grade level. It's not ideal, but if that's what the space allows, then that's what you're going to have to do. So I will say that Mr. Schofield mentioned earlier about a parent who said to move Elma Primary to the main campus. And I did throw that out as, was that considered at all? Because I'm not saying it's the right choice, but I am saying that other school districts, Buffalo Public Schools, West Seneca, Rochester school districts, when they have a problem where they need to add on to a building, they remove the students from that building and relocate them somewhere else. They typically then put the administrative offices into the building that's being constructed onto. The reason they do that is it's less disruptive for the adults to be bothered by construction than it is for small children to be bothered by the construction.
I'm sorry, Ms. Clark, it's been 3 minutes.
It has been. Well,
Yes.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
And next we have Chris Iamola. I'm so sorry. I am definitely not the person that should be reading people's names. Again, 4th grade. Imiola.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Chris Imiola. I have 4 sons, 3 in the district right now, 7th, 5th, and 2nd. I had a whole bunch of points, but everyone said everything. You've actually had a nice presentation that you came about. There's still some more things to consider. From your presentation that I picked out of it, some of the big ones is, it sounds like you're moving forward with only exploring moving the 4th grade at this point. Why are we not also exploring moving the UPK and keeping the 4th grade together at this point? Where it is, you also said there's both these classes where this is located down. Are they being moved? Are you getting rid of the program? What are you doing with that? And that's really all I have at this point. Everyone else has said everything, so it's good.
Thank you so much. Just so everyone's aware, Superintendent is writing down the questions, and he will be responding to people who speak tonight.
Some of the names I remember actually emailing already.
And he does do, in his superintendent report next month, he will also update the board on the responses that he gave. So next up, we have David Ferguson and Aria Ferguson, also on moving fourth grade.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you all for giving me an opportunity to speak. The proposed move to the fourth graders to the middle school is of great concern. I read through both the facility committee report, summary of facilities committee findings, and attended last Friday's meetings with Superintendent Schofield. There are a few key points I'd like to address. Transitions and changes are always difficult. However, especially for this group of children that started their education a very different way, with remote learning, unnaturally separated from each other, wearing masks, and behind plexiglass. Please consider the negative impact this drastic change may have on a group who have experienced the most negative impacts from the pandemic. As stated in the summary, all schools across New York State have needed to increase social and emotional support staff for students. These students have had the expectation for 4 years that they will be completing their primary education at their respective primary schools. With that comes built-up excitement around commencement ceremony, a year of seniority, dedicated PTO providing fun events, a safe playground to enjoy, recess, just to name a few. Busing, you will be putting 8 and 9-year-olds on buses with high school students. The fourth graders will now have premature access to older student behaviors such as potential colorful commentary, new social media stress, and intimidation, just to name a few that can rob them of their innocence. Additionally, and most importantly, the safety concerns around recent weapons possession and vaping issues on Iroquois district buses. That is not the atmosphere for this age group at all. It seems the facility committee has recommended to move the fourth graders to middle school as a quick fix for potential overcrowding issues caused by an expanding UPK program. As a parent, I need to feel comfortable with every aspect of my child's education, including the facility. First, this plan calls for these students to be relegated to a wing of the school that is truly isolated, a vast difference from the community atmosphere of the primary school. Second, when we would see a plan to discuss the SRO updates needed to the wing, new staffing requirements, etc., the new school year starts in 10 months. Finally, and I'll finish it off, finally, it seems as though there is a developing pattern in shuffling the children to accommodate the ever-changing facility challenges of the district. Rather than making quick fix moves, we can take the necessary time to develop a plan with an investigation into full impact of the options. And I have one last thing to say, Mr. Schofield. When we sat down on the 13th, you had said 1 individual represents 10. Okay, first of all. And respectfully, Mr. Speck, you had said in a meeting, you had said, what would be the purpose of another committee meeting? And Mr. Schofield said, I don't know another purpose. Here's your purpose. Thank you.
All right, next we call Valerie Jenny on the same issue.
She had stepped out her daughter,
Is she coming back? Okay. Then give me that one back and we'll call at the end again just to make sure she didn't come back in. Okay. Michael Kavanaugh is next. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm not going to waste anybody's time because the 4 pages of information that I had has been eloquently reiterated already. So I would like to ask one quick question that I may. When you started your presentation, you talked about the buildings and the committee assessed the buildings in the district. Did they assess any buildings as a potential placement for the pre-K that are not part of the school district?
Typically, we don't answer questions at a public meeting, but that seems like it's an easy one. Go ahead.
they talked about it, but it has to fall under outside care. So therefore, they did not discuss it as like a rental possibility or anything like that when they discovered space. Is that right, John?
Okay, thank you. And what I'll do is I'll just defer to Gene, your comments earlier about legislation, the cost of buses. I just think that this is an issue on the sake of time here. This just needs to be tabled. I don't think the district is ready to move on. I do not have a student going into the 4th grade, so I would think that my words hold a lot of value and weight, speaking as a parent that's concerned about other parents and their students in the district. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Robin, you're not going to make me say your last name, are you? Maybe you could introduce yourself at the microphone. I'm so sorry.
Hi, my name is Rob McDorsky. I'm a parent of a 4th grade and a 1st grade student. I was coming in here with a bunch of different things to say. It was definitely covered, but the main thing I want to go over is I had a story for my son this morning. He came to me and said, Mom, I am so excited for today, and I asked him why. He told me it was because of the book fair. He gets to be a leader to the kindergarten students, and he gets to take them around and show them what books are there. He was so excited. When he came home from school today, he said, Mom, not only once, but I got to do it 4 times today. I got to help them with the money. I got to help them look for books and pick out different books that they could afford. My daughter, coming in 1st grade, going up, she's not going to be able to experience that. She is not going to be able to go and see the children who are younger than her. He gets excited to go and be a buddy to the other kids when they're reading to them. Those are the things that I'm looking at, the social emotional aspect for my child. Going up into the middle school, having them with just 4th and 5th graders, that's not a community, that's not an environment of elementary. That's just segregated off to the side. I want my child to be able to be with other kids within the building that are younger than them, so that they have leadership, that they have peer relationships, so that they can experience that building confidence, being able to be amongst their peers, being able to sing in front of the other kids. I want them to be able to have that. Moving up here into the main campus doesn't allow that. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nicolette Schultz.
Good evening. My name is Nicolette Schultz. I'm both a parent of a 3rd grader in the district, as well as a 4th grade teacher at Marilla Primary. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that I stand here tonight representative of my 4th grade colleagues. First and foremost, thank you to the board and to Doug for the opportunity to hear and for your understanding and the questions that I feel have made us feel heard. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board as well as the community stakeholders of our beloved district regarding the relocation of our 4th grade team and our students. While many questions, concerns, and anxieties have been raised about this possibility, one thing remains. We are dedicated professionals with the best interest of our students in the forefronts of our minds. As educators, we are experts in flexibility and adaptability. We will embrace whatever decision is made and continue to strive for excellence. We will speak on behalf of the needs of those under our care. We are not here to debate whether this move is a benefit to our students, but are here in an effort to ensure the full picture is taken into account should this option be considered. To that point, we urge the board to call for the creation of a committee in which all stakeholders are included in the discussions and decisions pertaining to this move. Members of this community should include, but may not be limited to, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teachers, RTI and special education providers, special area teachers, parents, middle school and primary building administrators, head of transportation, student services departments including guidance counselors and social workers, SRO officers, building and grounds, maintenance personnel, and nurses, to name a few. Doing so will ensure that all students continue to enjoy a community that they feel connected to. On behalf of the 4th grade team, thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. We are looking forward to the opportunity to be involved in this proactive, coordinated effort in the best interest of students, resulting in a developmentally appropriate school where 4th graders can learn, grow, and thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I'm Lauren, and I have two daughters in Wales, kindergarten and third. And Heather Shevlin and I have been busy just accumulating a lot of information. I myself am an educator for 15 years. I actually teach UPK phys ed, and I'm off on medical right now because I had hip surgery. But long story short, I taught 5th through 8th grade phys ed for 14 years, switched to UPK, so I have a little bit of background as far as needs and development of children. And what we did was I approached Mr. Esslinger, Mr. Domeyer, Mrs. Stanfield, and we gathered some information based off of numbers and spacing. Because what it comes down to is if I want to back up beyond social emotional, and I want to just focus on UPK, the best place for 4th grade. UPK to move to the main campus would be a huge benefit for the community. It would be all positive. It would be a creation of a new program. We could expand to the 3-year-olds and the 4-year-olds. We already have this unique circumstance where we have this wing right there that they can create with their own grant funding. It wouldn't have any impact really on taxpayers' funds. Now what it comes down to is Alma is a little bit tight in space, but their need for an actual addition would have to do with those projection numbers that Mr. Schofield had mentioned. 5 to 10 years, maybe they're going to stay around the same. And I talked to Mr. Esslinger. He said, you know, we started at 270, Lauren, when you were here, and now we're down 140, 150s. And they're a little bit tight. Art and music share the same room, 3 days. They're not there the same day. RTIs, we got 5 in a room, and they have some divider walls up. And it's not ideal, but it's not perfect, but they're making do. Next year, about the same situation, because what he did this year was there was supposed to be 4 classes of kindergarten. He kept it at 4, yet he could have moved it to 3, and that was his choice, and I agreed with him. I said, that is a great choice to keep the lower numbers at the kindergarten classes, but next year, that allows for over about 80 students to be in that incoming class, stay in the same position and not need another classroom. So I really think we really need to look at the actual space, the projection. We don't know if numbers are going to go up in population, possibly decline or stay the same, and maybe a capital project 2025 to put a possible addition on Alma if that's the case, because if we remove UPK out of Marilla and that opens up Wales, it opens up Marilla. We're thriving here. We can take away if the state funding's taken away. We're not adding on the staff that we possibly have to take away later on. So I just think that there's different avenues if we can think outside the box at creating more opportunity in the community to open it up to all people. And two things. The toilets, change them.
3 minutes.
And last one, the transition with pickups for UPK, because Mr. Schofield had said there's going to be a lot of pickups for 4th grade, so that's going to be a huge congestion problem that can't be flexible with time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Mary? I'm not going to try your name either. I'm just not going to. I'll let you introduce yourself. Thank you.
And thank you for letting me add on. My name is Mary Susak. I have 2 children in the district. I can offer a little bit of a different perspective than the other parents that have spoken today. My daughter attended UPK at the main campus last year and is now in kindergarten at Marilla. And I have a 2-year-old son that's hopefully going to be picked for UPK when he becomes of age. UPK at the main campus, I thought it was wonderful. I was very excited when I got the letter that it had actually been moved to the main campus from Marilla, because I thought that that would be more convenient for our family in terms of the shorter school day and drop-offs and pickups being more centrally located in the town. The UPK worked perfect there. There is no need for a playground necessarily for the UPK kids because they are not old enough to be allowed to be using the playground equipment at the primary schools anyways. So keeping UPK at main campus eliminates the need to build a new playground, which I feel if you are going to move the 4th graders there, that absolutely has to be part of the consideration. Bathrooms across the hall wasn't an issue. The UPK classes all being together wasn't an issue at all. It was an overall great experience. I don't feel that there is a need to rush into a decision either when that worked so well. I know that some of you said you reached out to the principals and they had said from a principal standpoint, from communication standpoint, it probably was challenging for them to have students at the individual elementary schools and then also be overseeing the UPK kids. But I think you should talk to the parents who had the kids in the program last year to see what our view was of the program. And I think it, like I said, I think it worked great. I think the UPK kids are young enough to be shielded from understanding what the older kids are doing, whereas if you decide to move the 4th grade over, the 4th graders will be much more impressionable as to what's going on with the older kids on the bus and in the school. If the district is really pushing to absolutely move 4th grade to the intermediate building, I think that complete segregation, like in the way that the high school is completely segregated from the intermediate and middle school, needs to be done. And I think separate transportation routes as well as a playground are absolute musts to have 4th grade moved back to the main campus. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to call out Valerie Jenny again to see if she's come back. Then that brings us to our last speaker. It's Lori Clark, wanting to speak on allergy management within the district.
Hello again. I come to you tonight because I'm a parent of an allergy student, and we came from Buffalo Public Schools before we were in Iroquois, so I've got different experiences from different districts, and I was lucky enough yesterday to attend a meeting with Mr. Wolski and Kelly Ray, the middle school nurse, and some folks from Personal Touch, where they talked to us, Orchard Park and East Aurora, about how they handle allergies. And the main focus of that meeting was to discuss the food aspect of it and what Personal Touch is providing and how parents can handle allergy situations and what we should be doing going forward. But I'll tell you, I've had a really hard time getting the information until I was at that meeting yesterday. And so one of the things that I found is that as a parent, there's a multifaceted approach to having a child with a life-threatening allergy. You have to discuss it with the teachers, the administration, you need to be on top of the nurse, you need to know about foods, you need to talk about field trips and all of that. And one of the recommendations from New York State is to have an actual district plan on how to handle this. So that when you shift between buildings, when one child leaves elementary and goes to middle school, that you call the middle school and they don't say, I have no idea how we do that, but maybe the nurse will know when she comes back from summer break. So ideally, I'm here tonight to encourage the district to consider putting forth a plan for how this should be managed district-wide. Now, I know that yesterday at the meeting I learned that there was a meal modification plan that was required last year to be started as the result of an audit, and I think it was an audit of the food service program in particular. So that is something that is being worked on, but I just want to make sure that we are considering all of the aspects. There will be information coming to those of us in attendance from Orchard Park and East Aurora districts and how they're doing things, but I think it sounds like in at least Orchard Park, they're going to put forth a committee with teachers, parents, nurses, food service, and trying to figure out a way forward with this so that, it's in the best interest of the district as well from a liability aspect to have a consistent message and to have a plan in place and then put it on the district website so that people can find it. So I do encourage you to consider that if that's not something that's already being considered, but I couldn't find any information on it, so I wanted to bring it up tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone who came to listen, to everyone who was brave enough to come up to the microphone and speak to the board on behalf of the issues that you wanted to raise to us, and for the very professional way everybody handled this situation, from emails to coming to address the board in a kind manner, not attacking. This is the way a community works, and I am so proud to be a part of this community. So thank you. And with that, we move to our consensus agenda. Is there any discussion about the items on our consensus agenda?
Yes. I think we probably should discuss it, but given our previous discussions, we should probably remove, I think it's 24.01,
it's 24:01, you're jumping ahead of me. We do discuss
Well,
and
no,
then we...
just, if anybody, wants to talk about it, they're opposed to doing that. And
I'm not opposed to taking it off the agenda.
This is discussion, not voting.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Is there, are there any other items that you want to discuss?
Just congratulations to the new people, the new appointments.
Yes. Wonderful. Are any of them here?
I don't believe so, looking now.
All right. It does include also the board goals for the 2023-2024 school year. I always like to point that out. And to say thank you to the people who have given us donations. It's always nice to recognize that there are people out there doing that too. Anything else? All right, then can I have a request to remove specific items from the agenda?
so moved. I would like to remove item 24.01.
Okay, can I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor of removing 24.01 from the agenda? There's no no's, and we have one absence, so that item passes. Thank you. Do I have a request to add any specific items to the agenda? Okay, then can I have a request to approve the consensus agenda items 12.01 through 24.06, subtracting 24.01?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? That's all 6 of us. Okay, thank you. That motion passes, and that moves us to recognition of guests. We've already covered everyone. And then can I have a motion to move into executive session for the purposes of discussing a personnel issue? Who's second? Heather? Okay, thank you. Heather Jacobs. Discussion? All in favor? That is all 6 of us. We will be moving into executive session. I do want to point out that when we return from executive session, it is only to adjourn our meeting. We will not be conducting any further business this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I have a motion to adjourn our meeting?
So moved.
First by Jim, second by Heather Becker. And discussion?
Not tonight.
Thank you, Chuck. All in favor? That's everyone. We are going home, folks. It's 10:44. Thank you. This